Chapter 592. As the saying goes, walking the pugilistic world has its risks. Cowardice is the most important thing. After all, the pugilistic world was different from a game. Even though victory and defeat were commonplace, but if a hero died, he could not start over again. Hence, young Master Lu immediately cowered. After all, the other party's hand had been placed on the back of his head. With just a little bit of inner strength, young Master Lu would become a young master again. The person behind him laughed. You're really used to changing the rudder according to the wind. The pugilistic world is actually the same as the world. Only shameless people can live longer, right? Since young Master Lu was able to make a name for himself, he naturally had some self-awareness. He nodded his head like a chick pecking at rice. Yes, you're right. This junior naturally wants to live a long life. That person sighed again. You're a smart person. With your little life in my hands, there's naturally no reason for you to not surrender. But, you must be thinking in your heart, to deal with me first, to preserve your little life, then plan for your future. Young Master Lu laughed dryly. Your martial arts are so high, you can easily take my life. How would this junior dare to have any second thoughts? That's right. That person seemed to agree with this statement. The hand that was pressing on the back of his head moved to the top of young Master Lu's head. Young Master Lu, right. Look, I only need to press down and your head will sink into your chest. Then you can change your name, and I can call you young master. Then you'll naturally die, and your wife will become a widow. If your wife can't stand the loneliness and goes to cheat, your head will be cuckolded, and you'll become young Master Fennel, as in fennel beans. That's right, just like how music is split into 3 types of singing, the word fennel also has 4 types of writing. Do you know which are the 4 types? How did this topic jump to this point? What does this have to do with me? Although he was complaining loudly in his heart, young Master Lu could only say in shame and fear, this junior's talent is shallow. I really don't know, actually, I don't really know either. After all, I don't need to keep account. That person said again, where were we just now? Oh right, about your wife cuckolding you, I say, young Master Ju. For the sake of the hand on his head, young Master Lu wisely remained silent. However, he soon lost his composure. I heard that you're from Shangzhou, and your family is famous for its poetry and swordsmanship. Your parents are the local gentry, and they have connections in both the government and the underworld. Thanks to your parents, you're a promising young man. You're married and you have a 3-year-old son. You even have 2 concubines. Son of a bitch. Oh, I'm sorry, it's a reflex. That person slowly talked about these things that everyone knew. Then, he blushed and said, the time was very short, so I only asked this. But it doesn't matter. As long as your father is an official, that's enough. Don't you think so? It was said that people in Jianghu had no choice but to do what they wanted. I think that's probably it. Even if you don't think for yourself, you have to think for your family. Young Master Lu was already sweating profusely. His body was trembling, and he could not say anything. That person had already let go of his hand and laughed. Since you've said so much, I think it's enough. That Wang Dejiang said it well. Indeed, under the heavens, everything belongs to the emperor. No matter what kind of scholar you are, no matter what kind of hero you are, you still have to walk on the empress's land. In this country, who do we have to listen to? Of course we have to listen to the emperor. No matter how great a hero you are, can you be greater than the emperor? Such politically correct words were naturally very reasonable. Young Master Lu nodded his head. His entire body was still trembling. Then, he heard that person continue, but other than the emperor in the entire empire, who has the final say? Of course, it's our Tensei province. There's a good saying, Her Highness the Empress Concubine is like the sun at 8 or 9 in the morning. This country belongs to His Majesty the Emperor and also to Her Highness the Empress Concubine. But ultimately, It belongs to Her Highness the Empress concubine. Young Master Lu had not yet recovered from the fact that his family was threatened, which made him shocked and angry. He immediately heard these words that made his soul fly out of his body. Wow! The people of Tensei Province really dared to say that. Was the Heavenly Strategies Empress concubine really determined to obtain the throne? They were so arrogant. He said in a trembling voice, "Senior, you can't say that casually. It's okay. Anyway, you don't have the guts to say it, and no one will believe it. Am I right?" That person said with a smile, "What's more, even if His Majesty doesn't believe it, His Highness Empress will definitely kill your whole family. Even your 3-year-old son won't be able to escape. Tell me, why bother? Of all the people you could provoke, you chose to provoke our Tensei province." In young Master Lu's entire life, this was the first time he had been threatened so straightforwardly by someone without any care or concealment. This arrogant and despotic attitude made him feel a chill in his heart. This kind of attitude of treating him like an ant made him feel great shame. His reputation, martial arts, family background, and connections were all ignored by the other party. Even his dignity was trampled into the mud and wantonly trampled on. He suppressed the anger in his heart and said in a low voice, "Yes, Senior, you're right." That person nodded and said, "You must be unconvinced, but who's to blame? Why did you go to the county yamen tonight? Why did you come to Huichuan? What kind of thoughts do you have for the divine sword? You know very well in your heart. Those Jianghu people who dream of soaring to the heavens come to Huichuan to work hard for the future. In your eyes, they are just stupid chess pieces that are at your mercy. Their deaths are valuable to you. Just like tonight, did you come to stop Wang Dajiang to uphold the rules of Jianghu or to prevent the officials from getting their hands on the divine sword?" He said with a smile, "So, you small fish eat shrimps, while the big fish of Tensei Province will naturally eat small fish like you." Young Master Lu was silent for a moment and said with a bitter smile, "So, Senior, what do you want to teach me? Tensei Province entered the scene to tell us small fries to retreat quickly?" The senior from Tensei Province suddenly patted him on the shoulder and laughed. "Young Master Lu, Lu, I see that you're a promising person. Would you like to join our revolutionary team? Working for the Heavenly Policy Mansion is better than working as a representative or spokesperson here. Aren't you working for those big shots after all this work? Anyway, you're just working for us. Why don't you follow us?" Young Master Lu was very clever. He immediately understood the meaning of these words, but he thought of the words, "the sun at 8 or 9 o'clock in the morning," just now and felt weak in his heart. With such arrogance, could His Highness Empress really sit on the supreme throne as he wished? However, the current situation soon reminded him that he had no choice. Young Master Lu hesitated for a moment and sighed, "I'm willing to work for you." "That's right, Lu. You have to do well and perform well. Do you know that His Highness Empress is already paying attention to the matter in Huichuan? That is to say, she may know your every move. If you perform well and bring glory to our Tensei province, she'll be happy to see it and reward you with a future. Wouldn't you be happy?" The man finally let go of him and said with a smile, "In that case, from today onwards, we're on the same side. I'll go back and recommend you to His Highness Empress. First, I'll get you an official position." Young Master Lu heaved a sigh of relief. He still had his back to the man behind him. A strange light flashed in his eyes as he said in a low voice, "Thank you, Senior. May I ask, is there anything I can do for you?" He thought for a moment and added, "If you want to persuade those big shots to stop and not compete with Tensei Province, I'm afraid it'll be difficult. They have a strong background and have invested a lot in Huichuan. It can be said that they're determined to get the heavenly weapon and won't give it up easily. Even if there's pressure from Tensei Province, I'm afraid they won't back down easily." The senior from Tensei Province said, "It's okay. It's good that they don't back down. It'll be a good opportunity to fight with the Song Zhou government." A light flashed in young Master Lu's mind. That's right, Tensei Province can't hide the truth with one hand. They must have a conflict of interest with the Song-Zhou government. After all, there's only one heavenly weapon. Do you understand? Today, you'll tell the big bosses behind you about the Tensei Province's entry. Soon, they'll summon you to discuss countermeasures. When the time comes, you'll tell them this. The two of them discussed for a long time. Young Master Lu was confused at first, then he became thoughtful, and then he came to a sudden realization. After listening, he nodded repeatedly. Brilliant, Senior, brilliant, the man said. This is nothing. The main thing is to rely on the wise leadership and great instructions of His Highness Empress. There's nothing wrong with working hard. When the time comes, we might even be able to become heroes and bring honor to our ancestors. Alright, it's getting late. I still have to write a letter to His Highness Empress to report on my work. I'll come to you if there's anything. Lu, you're a smart person. You should know what to do and what not to do. This understatement made young Master Lu's whole body tense again. He stuttered to express his loyalty. After a long pause, he didn't get any response. At this time, he carefully turned his head. In the whole room, there was no trace of that person. He took a deep breath and found that he was sweating all over. After wiping the sweat on his forehead, young Master Lu heaved a sigh of relief. His eyes flashed with an inexplicable light. That person, is he really from Tensei Province? What's his plan? Should I? He hesitated for a moment and shook his head. No matter who that person was, his martial arts were too high for him to resist. Therefore, it was better not to act rashly. While young Master Lu was troubled and confused, the other protagonist in front of the county government office, Wang Dajiang, was also thinking in his own room. His mind was in a mess. He hesitated for a moment and took out a pen and paper. He planned to write a letter to General Jingyang. Suddenly, he heard the sound of the door opening. Master Wang grasped the handle of the knife beside him and said vigilantly, "Who is it?" A young man wearing a western trench coat walked in with a smile. He didn't have the consciousness of an uninvited guest at all. Wang Dajiang looked at the young man in front of him and his eyes narrowed. He had arranged a lot of good men to patrol outside, but this person came in without making a sound. And looking at him, Master Wang slowly stood up and said in a deep voice, "Friend, are you from Tensei Province?" "No." The young man sat down and showed a gentle smile. "On the contrary, let me introduce myself. I'm the political commissar of General Zhao Yunlong of Songzhou. Oh, I mean the aide. My name is Li Gang." Chapter 593. Wang Dajiang had encountered a lot of things tonight. Originally, when he heard that 4 Jianghu people had been attacked by demons in the Huichuan Mountains and their bodies were torn to pieces, he wanted to take this opportunity to make a fuss and force the stubborn Huichuan County magistrate to admit defeat. After all, there were more and more murder cases under his jurisdiction, which was greatly detrimental to the county magistrate's promotion evaluation. Even if he was stubborn now, he would not be able to hold on sooner or later. Even if he could hold on this time, there would be a next time. Because, putting aside the demon who had hurt people, Huichuan was now becoming more and more chaotic. After all, with the demons here to help take the blame, everyone could naturally settle their grudges as they pleased. In the Huichuan Mountains, where there was no one, they could settle their grudges and settle their grudges. Wang Dajiang knew what the Jianghu was. The Jianghu was hypocrisy, while the Jianghu was patience. Heroes always had such concerns, such as morality, reputation, relatives and friends, and revenge. Therefore, they could not settle their grudges as they pleased and would always have more scruples. Therefore, the so-called devil sect and evil sect people were worshipped and yearned for by those naive young people, because they could do whatever they wanted. That was because there were some things that righteous people could not do openly. But it was different this time. Huichuan was a good place, and no matter what happened, it was the demons who did it. Therefore, Wang Dajiang could conclude that it would not take long for everyone to have a greater tacit understanding and understand that they could do more things in these mountains. But no matter what happened, it was all the demons who did it. There was no doubt that demons could use traps, hidden weapons, and were proficient in all kinds of martial arts. Demons could plunder treasures. Demons were cruel in their methods. Demons were violent in their temperament. Demons would even rape to vent their desires. Therefore, more and more cases would be committed by demons, and the burden on County Magistrate Lin's shoulders would become heavier and heavier. When the time came, as long as people were tempted to make trouble a few more times, he would not be able to hold on and would be forced to ask for help from his superior. And Wang Dajiang's task was to facilitate all of this as soon as possible, and let the heavy responsibility of pacifying the chaos in Huichuan and wiping out demons and ghosts fall on General Jingyang. Yes, he was a good friend of General Jingyang, and also relied on the power of his elder brother to become a famous Jianghu hero in Jingyang. He was a well-known figure in the martial arts world of Song Province, so he had to repay his elder brother, and the divine weapon must be obtained by his elder brother. This was his task and purpose. The plan was originally carried out smoothly. He felt that everything was under his control, because he stood on the high point of justice and morality. Everything in the world was nothing more important than human lives. With so many people dying Huichuan every day, shouldn't he ask the government for help and help and help and help? As long as one waved the banner of morality and justice, there was nothing that could not be done. This was his experience. However, just when he thought that everything was going smoothly, a flying sword pierced through the air and disrupted all of his plans and rhythm. The long sword engraved with the two words, Tensei, seemed to announce the arrival of a huge monster. Tensei Province, was a legendary name that he once thought was very far away from him. Compared to Tensei Province, General Jingyang's mansion, which was powerful in Jingyang County, was nothing at all. His mind was in a mess, and he knew that everything was out of his control. Even if it was just a long sword engraved with the two words Tensei, even if the people of Tensei Province did not show up, even if this could be a bluff and a frame-up, he did not dare to take the risk, and he could not bear this responsibility. Therefore, he wanted to write a letter and deliver it to General Jingyang overnight, asking for his opinion. However, at this time, a young man passed through the tight blockade without alerting any of the patrolling guards. He directly pushed open the door and sat in front of him with an unfathomable expression. He called himself Li Gang, and said that he was the aide of General Zhao Yunlong of Song Province. Wang Dajiang looked at the seemingly unfathomable young man in front of him. His hand was still on the hilt of his sword, and he did not let down his guard in the slightest. He said, "So it's Lord Li from Song Province. Forgive me for my rudeness. Your Excellency claims to be General Zhao's aide. Do you have proof?" The young man was stunned for a moment and then nodded. "I do have this." "What do you mean you do have this? Really? Could it be that there was something fake?" Wang Dajiang cursed in his heart. He saw the young man lift up his Western-style white wind robe and reach out with his hand to dig around a few times. He did not know where he got a lot of things. He threw the things in his hand on the table, and with a crash, some things fell on the table. There were gold leaves, a few pieces of jewelry, and some unknown keys. There were also some conical bullets. There were also 2 or 3 tokens. He smiled apologetically. "I'm sorry. I'm popular, so I have a lot of tokens." As he spoke, he discreetly put away Qi Guanyan's Tiger Army seal and the Heavenly Policy token that he obtained from the Empress concubine. The former was fine, but if the latter was seen by Wang Dajiang, he would be King embarrassed. Then he handed over the token that Chao Patao gave him. "This is the token that the general gave me." In view of the fact that this guy had taken out 2 or 3 tokens earlier, Although Wang Dajiang did not see clearly what they were, this person's behavior still seemed very suspicious. He was simply like a very professional swindler. The kind that always had many tokens on him, the kind that would speak human language to people and ghosts. He took the token with a cold light and engraved with the pattern of 9 dragons. He looked at it carefully and could not help but be shocked. Damn it, it was real. As General Jingyang's right-hand man, Wang Dajiang was trusted by General Jingyang. He had taken General Jingyang's token to do things more than once. When they were drinking, General Jingyang had told him about some tricks of this token. After all, military affairs were related to the survival of the country. There were many capable people in the world, and there was also a war with the Sky Demon. The confidentiality and verification of military tokens were of the utmost importance. Using the token as an example, in order to prevent criminals from forging it, all the high-ranking military officials in the imperial court had their tokens issued by the imperial court. The materials and techniques used to make the tokens were the same as the ones used to make the imperial army. It was impossible for civilians to copy them. He checked the token according to General Jing Yang's instructions and could not help but gasp. He immediately stood up and said respectfully, "Greetings, Lord Li." Lord Li Gang seemed to be a little distressed. Thinking about it carefully, this name doesn't sound too good. It gives off a feeling of being suppressed by 2 rules. How about I change my name to Chu Gang? What do you think? Wang Dajiang's expression was strange. He did not know how to respond. In any case, you just need to know that this token is real. This person was naturally Sun Lang. He had just gone to young Master Lu's place to do some small work, and then rushed here to lie. Actually, it was not a lie. After all, he was holding Chao Patao's token. Even if someone went to Chao Patao to verify it, she would definitely nod her head vigorously. Wang Dajiang felt strange, but on the surface, he nodded repeatedly. Yes, yes. He thought about the embarrassing situation in Huaichuan and felt a chill in his heart. This Li Gang really came at the right time. Could it be? Hero Wang asked tentatively, "Lord Li, may I know why you have come to my humble abode?" Sun Lang smiled. "I don't dare to say that I have advice. I'm here because of what just happened." Wang Dajiang's expression changed. He whispered, "Tensei Province?" "Yes." Sun Lang nodded solemnly. "Damn it, those bastards have stretched their claws too far. Where is this place?" "This is Huaichuan, the territory of Songzhou. Whatever is dug out of the ground belongs to Songzhou." What right does Tensei Province have to stretch their claws? Was that divine sword forged in Tensei Province? What right do they have to snatch it? Don't you think so? Wang Dajiang was also a sophisticated person in society, and his chatting skills were relatively good. When he heard this, he immediately followed up. "Yes, I think so too. That Tensei Province is too overbearing." After he finished speaking, he was stunned and asked with some uncertainty, "Did you really come from Tensei Province? After all, I only saw a sword just now." "That doesn't mean anything." Sun Lang sighed and said, "Yes, it's absolutely true. Otherwise, why would I come here? It's because General Zhao Yunlong noticed some clues. You know that General Zhao doesn't get along well with Tensei Province. Usually, they are like fire and water. How could he let them run wild in Songzhou?" Wang Dajiang had vaguely heard General Jing Yang mention this before. He said that for some unspeakable reasons, General Zhao didn't get along well with Tensei Province and even the imperial court. However, General Zhao was very popular. In the imperial court, there were many old friends who helped him, and Songzhou was still prosperous. He whispered, "I've heard of this rumor." Sun Lang revealed an extremely gossipy expression and said mysteriously, "Do you know why? Because during the Tianyuan War, Empress Tensei fought over a man with General Zhao." Wang Dajiang was shocked when he heard this. There's such a thing? Gossip was human nature. Hero Wang's spirit was lifted, and he whispered, "What was the result?" The result, of course, was that he didn't succeed. Sun Lang snorted and laughed. General Zhao's lover was loyal and upright. He didn't care about power and influence. He turned a blind eye to Empress Tensei's crazy confession of love. He was open-minded and had a noble character. He controlled himself from the beginning to the end. He was as steady as the setting sun and successfully protected his chastity. He didn't give Empress any chance to succeed. Wang Dajiang smacked his lips and suddenly praised, "This person is really a good man. He's really worthy of General Zhao." Sun Lang looked very happy and echoed, "Right? A good man like him is hard to find in the world nowadays." However, this cruel world gave him more tests, making it difficult for him to live happily with the people he loved. Indeed, the road to happiness is strewn with setbacks. Sigh. Sun Lang sighed in his heart about the bumpy road of his love life and said, "But after all, he didn't succeed. Think about it, Empress must be very angry, and this grudge is formed." Hero Wang nodded and said, "Yes, this matter is indeed difficult to solve. So, this is the reason why I'm here this time. After all, General Zhao can't directly clash with the Heavenly Policy Mansion, so she ordered me to mess up this matter. Think about it, since we're working under General Zhao, we definitely have to make her happy. If she's happy, we'll definitely benefit from it, right?" Sun Lang stretched out his hand and gestured fiercely. "This is why I came to you, Hero Wang. Let's join forces and recruit people, so that we can deal a heavy blow to the evil forces of Tensei Province." Chapter 594. Tonight in Huichuan, many people must be tossing and turning in bed, unable to fall asleep. The news that Tensei Province was suspected to have entered the fray spread rapidly as if it had grown wings. This was the power of the top forces of Huda Earth, which spanned across both the black and white, entrenched in both the military and the political world. They held military power, were trusted by His Majesty, and were feared by the court. Such a terrifying force, even if it was just a name, even if it was just a flying sword, would make everyone think twice. But Sun Lang was obviously not among the people who could not sleep. Early in the morning, when Empress opened the door with a sleepy face, she saw Sun Lang doing morning exercises outside. This set of exercises, which in Empress' eyes had no beauty or practicality, was said to have come from Sun Lang's hometown. There, it was used by elementary school students to strengthen their bodies. It was called the Second National Middle School Radio Gymnastic. Humph, this kind of messy broadcast gymnastics, no wonder it could cultivate Sun Lang, this kind of crazy thing that often goes crazy. The Empress concubine silently cursed in her heart. Her expression became more and more gloomy. When she thought of Sun Lang's actions last night, she couldn't help but become angry. At this time, Sun Lang finished the last beat of the exercise with a gorgeous young pioneer's ripple scamper. Then, he raised his small hand and saluted to the rising sun. His movements were standard, and his expression was firm, expressing his revolutionary spirit of being ready to sacrifice himself for his motherland and the cause of communism at any time. Then he put down his hand, turned his head, and smiled like a revolutionary comrade at Empress Tensei, the representative of the evil forces of feudalism. "You're up? You didn't dream of Freddy last night, did you?" "Don't give me that," Empress said coldly. "What did you do last night?" Sun Lang immediately stood at attention and said loudly, "Last night, I went to Wang Lily's house to take a plane." Empress sneered. "You don't want to say? Do you think I won't be able to guess if you don't tell me? You must have gone to look for that young Master Lu yesterday, and tried to coerce him. You're all alone, so you might be able to coerce him into killing his entire family, but there's no way to coerce him. Therefore, you must have used the Heavenly Policy Mansion's name to coax him into working for you, right?" Sun Lang chuckled but didn't say anything. "Then you went to find Wang Dajiang and continued to tempt him." "No." His Highness Empress suddenly shook his head and said in a low voice, Wang Dajiang and Mr. Lu don't see eye to eye because of the irreconcilable conflict of interests. They are both representatives and spokespersons of their respective forces. Their value lies in their identities and connections. Even if you use the name of Tensei Province to instigate them to defect, you won't be able to make them play the greatest role. She stared at Sun Lang with a burning gaze and snorted, Did you reveal Zhao Yunlong's name to Wang Dajiang? Sun Lang chuckled. You've improved a lot. You can even guess this. The Empress concubine sneered faintly. It's not hard to guess what you're thinking. Wang Dajiang is General Jing Yang's dog. Even if you force him to join the Heavenly Policy Hall, what's the use? It's better to use your Chao Patao to make this guy work for you wholeheartedly. At the same time, Wang Dajiang and young Master Lu will continue to be hostile to each other. As long as they're still competing with each other, the efficiency of doing things will be higher. Sun Lang clapped his hands. Yes, that's it. After a night of hard work, Mr. Lu joined the forces of Tensei Province and played a role on his stage as a hidden chess piece. Wang Dajiang was encouraged by the general's mansion in Song Province. Similarly, he worked hard to prevent Tensei Province from getting their hands on the legendary sword. When the Empress concubine heard this, she didn't know what to feel. How could a person be so shameless to this extent? She had clearly done a whole basket of bad things last night, yet she could still excitedly tell this to the victim early in the morning. Sun Lang guessed what she was thinking when he saw her expression. He couldn't help but laugh. You just need to enjoy the process. You built Tensei Province with your own hand. You walked with Tensei Province for so long. But now, your Tensei Province has become my shape. Ha 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 ha. The Empress concubine knew that this bastard was purposely making her angry again. Once she got angry, she would do as he wished. Thus, she forcefully suppressed the anger in her heart and coldly said, Don't tell me you think that your plan is flawless? Sun Lang shrugged. How can that be? Espionage and instigation work requires tacit cooperation in all aspects to achieve the greatest effect. I'm doing it alone. No matter what, there will be flaws. Her Royal Highness said lightly, You don't seem to care. Of course I don't care. Why should I care about this kind of thing? Sun Lang paced back and forth on the spot as he said with a smile, I don't expect to be able to make everyone run around in circles. I don't expect them to risk their lives to help me snatch the demon sword and respectfully hand it over to me. My goal and request, from the beginning to the end, is very simple and clear. He turned around and looked at Empress. He smiled and said, I only hope that they can build a more effective and rapid warning system. They can release a warning signal when they discover the demon sword and let me know. I only need them to be a more efficient search team. That's all. That's why I dragged your Tensei Province out to be a target. I set up a huge monster so that they will have a sense of crisis and have a competitive attitude. When Sun Lang said this, he concluded, In short, I only set a small goal. I only need to achieve this goal. Other than that, I don't care about anything else. I don't care if young Master Lu has second thoughts or if Wang Dajiang will contact General Jingyang. They only need to do what I ask them to do. Empress looked at Sun Lang. She had a complicated feeling. She already understood Sun Lang's meaning. Now he was only one step away from the demon sword, and that was the location. As long as he knew the general location of the demon sword, then the demon sword of Ketu would be surnamed Sunday. No matter how many people fought with him, it would be useless. This was the benefit of absolute power. There was no need to calculate people's hearts. There was no need to weigh the gains and losses. There was no need to consider more variables. One thing, the more one could do, the less one would need to rely on external help, and the less one would need to consider the variables. She was deep in thought when she heard Sun Lang's voice from a very close place. You feel that I'm simply impossible to deal with, so you regret your choice? Empress suddenly woke up and took 2 steps back. Don't come so close to me. Sun Lang said sadly. Heartless, really heartless. In the past, we even had the opportunity to maintain a negative distance of 18 centimeters. Now I can't even get close to you. The Empress concubine ignored his dirty words and coldly said, I have never regretted. Only the weak would regret their past. Sun Lang shook his head slowly. But I regret. I should never have trusted you. Empress's eyes were cold. I will make you regret it again. Sun Lang looked at her and said calmly, No, the one who regrets is you. You will regret it sooner or later. Empress Tensei gritted her teeth and said, Then let's wait and see. Sun Lang said lightly, It won't be too long. In a wing room of the county government, several henchmen of Tensei province hid in the room and whispered. They saw Her Highness go out and wanted to come out to greet her, but they saw her quarrel with Sun Lang. Who dared to go out on such an occasion? I say. A henchman lowered his voice and whispered, What's the relationship between Sun Lang and Her Highness? Another henchman said, Are you stupid? He kidnapped Her Highness the Empress concubine, so the two of them are naturally enemies. Are you kidding? The henchman who asked the question winked. Have you ever seen an enemy with such a good relationship? Usually they are not at daggers drawn so they can still chat together. That Sun Lang's words are all over the place, and only Your Highness can understand them. In my opinion, even fellow soldiers who have worked together for 20 years do not have as much tacit understanding as these two. The third henchman was experienced and prudent. He whispered, Don't gossip about Her Highness's private affairs. Watch your mouth. It's not something we can discuss. Through the slightly opened window frame, this person glanced outside. The two people were still silently looking at each other. The things in their eyes had nothing to do with warmth, it was a cold blade of frost and a sharp sword of wind. Although he didn't know who this Sun Lang was, he understood that many things must have happened between him and Her Highness the Empress concubine. Things that could only be recalled, but could not be repeated. County Magistrate Lin, who came in a hurry, broke the silence. When he rushed into the backyard, he saw the confrontation between Sun Lang and Empress. But Magistrate Lin didn't think too much about it and said concisely, Your Highness, something happened again. Sun Lang frowned and said, What? Someone died again? County Magistrate Lin first glanced at Her Highness Empress. Seeing that she didn't say anything, he continued, Yes, there are 6 people this time. They were found when they entered the mountain early in the morning. It seems that they have been dead for several hours. They should have been killed in the mountain late last night. Because there are few people moving at night and it's dark at night, they only found out now, killed at night? Sun Lang said lightly, Entering the mountain at night? Are they tired of living? County Magistrate Lin smiled bitterly and shook his head. They are blinded by greed. Few people enter the mountain at night to search. In other words, the probability of finding the target will increase. Many people think so. They are either confident in their martial arts or have the ability to see and search in the dark, so they will start work at night. But after all the arrangements are made, such a thing happened again. Wait. Sun Lang's expression changed slightly. From what you said, they died in the same way as last night? Lin Wuying sighed and said, Yes, their bodies were torn apart and cut into pieces. It's too horrible to look at. This is interesting. Chapter 595. Early in the morning, the martial artists in Huichuan County were woken up by another piece of bad news. Someone had died again. Jianghu was a place where people fought and killed all day long. It was normal for people to die when they drew their swords in anger. Moreover, anyone with a bit of knowledge knew what was going on with the frequent murders in the Huichuan Mountains. Everyone was well aware of it. Other than being cautious, they did not have any other thoughts. But it was different this time. The victim's death was very tragic. He had been dismembered into 8 pieces. It was said that he had torn his body apart with his bare hands. These men of the Jianghu knew very well how tough a martial artist's body was. To be able to tear a person into such a state with his bare hands, no matter if he was a human or a monster, his strength was enough to make people fearful. Moreover, the identities of the two groups of victims found today and yesterday had been identified. One group came from the south and the other from the north. They did not know each other and had no enmity with each other. There was nothing similar between them. That was more terrifying, because it meant that these two killings were not for revenge. It meant that the murderer might continue to kill as he wished. This news was enough to confuse people. Many people gave up on the plan to enter the mountains for the time being. They wanted to wait and see for a while before making any follow-up plans. However, before the dead were discovered at dawn, many early birds had already gone into the mountains to look for worms to eat. They didn't know anything about it and didn't feel anything at all, while the people in the county were in a state of panic and the martial artists were running around to inquire about the news. On an inconspicuous cliff in the Huichuan Mountains, there was a sudden scream that sounded like a pig being slaughtered. Let go of me! A burly man with a strong back and a strong waist and an awe-inspiring aura let out an unyielding roar. He was wearing a close-fitting short-sleeved shirt that revealed his masculine figure. He was tall and had a heroic bearing. At first glance, people would have a good impression of him and feel that he was a reliable man, just like his current situation and his mighty and unyielding attitude. If you have the guts, let go of me and let me fall to my death in this mountain. It's better to be with the Green Mountains than to be humiliated by a monster like you. He roared angrily. This big man indeed had a reason to be angry, because he looked very miserable at this time. His whole body was hanging upside down from the branch of a pine tree, hanging above the cliff and constantly swaying. Below him was a bottomless abyss. As long as the rope broke, unless he grew a pair of wings, he would probably turn into a two-dimensional being when he fell. What was that saying again? A soldier would rather be killed than humiliated. While he was roaring unyieldingly, he was hit on the head by a tree branch. A soft and angry female voice sounded, "You cunning human. You clearly know that I won't kill you, but you're acting like a hero here." After heaving a sigh of relief. How shameless! The mighty man's expression froze, and then he flew into a rage out of humiliation. I, Ji Howren, am a man of indomitable spirit. How can I allow you to slander me? Hurry up and kill me! After he finished speaking, he was hit on the head again. If you're afraid, just say so. Why are you trying so hard? Aren't you thinking that if I really want to kill you, you'll loudly beg for mercy? The man finally showed a horrified expression. Monster, what kind of witchcraft are you using? This is not witchcraft. Alas, you humans, everything you see is witchcraft. The female voice sighed and then said, I'll untie you. Don't mess around or I'll kick you off the cliff. Swordsman Ji suddenly felt the rope around his feet loosen. Then, a small hand grabbed his back and threw him to the side of a mountain rock. He leaned against the rock and gasped for breath. He looked at the girl in front of him in shock and fear. From his point of view, the girl in front of him was also a little beauty. Her posture was tall and straight, her eyes were bright and spirited, and her pink cheeks reflected a healthy blush. She looked very energetic, but her eyebrows were slightly furrowed, as if she had something on her mind. Her thick black hair was combed into a braid, and she was very cute. If he met such a beauty at any other time, he would definitely find a way to get close to her. But now, he did not dare to do so, because this beautiful little girl was not human, but a demon that could read people's minds. Countless heroes had gathered in Huichuan, and they were all here for her. To be more precise, they were here for the sword she carried. It was said that it was a peerless divine weapon that never appeared in the world. What Hero Ji didn't know was that at this moment, the girl was secretly communicating with something he couldn't understand. The girl was a demon. Her name was Xie Wei, and she lived in a paradise surrounded by mountains since she was young. There were humans and demons there, but there were more demons and they were different from her. The humans were kind but firm. They took care of them, accompanied them, and taught them a lot of knowledge, but they were not willing to let them take a step out of the mountains. She was originally the child that the teachers liked the most. Her running away this time was equivalent to running away from home. The reason why it was successful was because the teachers trusted her the most. This was because she was usually the most obedient child. Not only did she never go against the teachers' teachings, she even helped the teachers supervise her own kind. She didn't let them be naughty, she didn't let them be mischievous, she didn't let them cause trouble, she didn't let them act recklessly. Siewei did such a big thing because she had to escape. She was a demon, and there were many kinds of demons, and her tribe was called the Horned Tiger. She was almost the last descendant of the Horned Tiger clan in this world, because her parents had participated in the Tian Yuan Great War when she was still young. Furthermore, in the final battle, they had sacrificed their lives for the peace of the world and the safety of all living beings. They had died valiantly in battle. She heard from the teachers that she had an older brother, but his whereabouts were unknown. Therefore, every night, other than greeting her parents in the sky and telling them about what happened today, she would look at the sky and pray, hoping that she could reunite with her brother soon. She really hoped that she could have an older brother, because she never knew what it felt like to be accompanied by family. But she would never have the chance. This was because the Horned Tiger tribe had a mysterious power in their bloodline that could resonate with their family. When they reached adulthood, this power would awaken, and they would be able to see fragments of memories left behind by other family members through the spiritual resonance of their bloodline. She had just reached adulthood not long ago, and what she saw was the scene of her brother's death. Her brother's head had been cut off by a human. What she saw were fragments of memories. There was no light or sound. She didn't know what had happened, and she didn't know what was going on. The only thing she knew was that the human had indeed killed her brother. She saw his face and some other things. Those other terrifying memories were the reason why she didn't reveal this to the teachers. She quietly planned a way to escape. She wanted to do something, and her plan was very successful because no one would suspect her. However, she didn't know if it was luck or not, but Siewei, who had just escaped from the 100,000 mountains, suddenly found a purple sword falling from the sky. There was a voice in the sword, and she said that she used to be called Lu Shujin. Now, she was called Ji-Du at this time. Siewei was communicating with Sister Lu. Sister Lu was good at everything, but her personality was a bit overbearing, fierce, and cold. Ji-Du's sword spirit was naturally a bitch that he hadn't seen for a long time. She said in a bad mood, "Why are you soft-hearted again?" We agreed to scare him and ask him about the situation. Siewei sighed and explained, "I saw that the branch made a soft cracking sound. I don't know if it can hold on. If it suddenly breaks, I won't be able to catch him in time. This person will fall directly off the cliff and die. Wouldn't that be an unjust death?" The sword spirit said angrily, "Bah, you are a monster. How can you be more wishy-washy than a human hypocrite? Your teachers have educated you like a little lamb. Count it yourself. If it weren't for me, how many times would you have died along the way?" Siewei said honestly, "I don't think I would have died even once. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been chased." The bitch personality couldn't help but be speechless. Then she said angrily, "You mean, let's break up now, right? Do you want to take revenge or not?" Siewei hesitated for a moment and said softly, "I don't know. I want to see him first and ask him why he killed my brother." The bitch personality said firmly, "That's why I said, are you an idiot? Killing doesn't need a reason. In this world, you kill me and I kill you. Your enemy's martial arts are very powerful. If you go, you will definitely be beheaded. If you don't want to die, if you want revenge, you have to listen to me. Only my strength can help you and make you extremely powerful overnight. Do you understand?" Siewei nodded repeatedly. Okay, Sister Lu, I will listen to you. The sword spirit said gloomily, well, now pull out your sword and stab that idiot to death. Anyway, these humans started first. Since they came to rob us, they should be prepared to die. The essence of their flesh and blood is just right for us to use. That won't do. You can't kill people. What's more, you have to suck out their flesh and blood. Isn't this something that only bad guys do? Xie quickly rejected her partner's proposal. In order to prevent any accidents from happening, she looked at Ji Haoran fiercely and said, You are not allowed to follow me. Otherwise, I will stab you to death with my sword. Hero Ji trembled in fear. Then he saw the little girl leave quickly. She was probably afraid of exposing her whereabouts and attracting a large number of people to search for her. He snorted coldly in his heart. After hesitating for a moment, he shook his head and said, Forget it. She spared my life. If I go back and find someone to stop her, I will be worse than a pig or a dog. Besides, no one will believe me. From the looks of it, the 4 people who died yesterday shouldn't have been killed by this little girl. Then, who killed them? The mountain wind blew, cold and chilling. He couldn't help but shiver. Everything around him became creepy. Hero Ji immediately jumped up and went down the mountain in another direction. Chapter 596. Xie footsteps were fast, and he had already walked far away. The B*TCH was losing her temper because she didn't get to eat the meat feast. She hated iron for not becoming steel. Tell me, are you stupid? I didn't ask you to take the initiative to eat people, did I? They delivered themselves to your doorstep, wanting to kill you and snatch your sword, yet you turned around and chopped them to death. It's fair and square, and no one can say anything about it. This is the truth that applies everywhere. But look at you, his saber is already at your head and you actually let him go? Xie retorted as he walked. I'm not so pedantic. If my life is really in danger, I can't let them kill me. But just like that person, they can't hurt us. Why do I have to kill them? The B*TCH wasn't happy. You are pedantic. Where do you think these idiots come from? Isn't it because you were soft-hearted and let that idiot go? You didn't kill anyone who tried to steal the sword along the way, causing things to get bigger and bigger. Do you think you can turn danger into safety every time? What if more powerful people come? Xie couldn't help retorting. But killing them will also attract more people. They must have their own relatives and friends. If I kill them, their close people will come for revenge. I can't kill everyone, right? I haven't killed anyone, so I can reason with anyone I meet. The reputation of our monster race isn't very good. If I kill people, won't the situation become worse? Idiot, idiot. Xie logic was something the B*TCH couldn't understand. She coldly sneered. You didn't kill anyone? What does it have to do with them, whether you kill or not? The current situation is that even if you didn't kill anyone, they will still blame you. Who do you think will reason with you? Xie said seriously. At least my teachers will listen to me and believe me. As long as the people closest to me believe me, nothing else matters. Anyway, you are pedantic. That's why you fell into this situation where everyone wants to beat you up. Who will reason with you? This world is all about the size of a fist. The B*TCH's tone was still very disdainful. He thought for a moment and said resentfully, if that person encountered such a thing, he would have already slashed at him with his sword. You said I killed someone? Even if I didn't kill them, I will kill them for you to see. Not only will I kill them for you to see, I will kill them until you admit that I didn't kill anyone. You have to learn this. This is the most effective way to solve the problem. Xie showed a disgusted expression. He's a bad guy. I don't want to be that kind of person. Coincidentally, she and Big Sister Lu's enemy was actually the same person. The demon sword that fell from the sky just happened to fall on her head. It could be seen that there was a great fate in the underworld. This matter was actually quite embarrassing. Xie Wei only saw some fragments in the blood resonance. There was no sound. She only remembered the appearance of the enemy who killed her brother. She didn't know what the other party's name was, nor did she know where he was. Under normal circumstances, even if that person's appearance was described to the B*TCH, the B*TCH wouldn't think that it was Sun Lang, but the clothes worn by Sun Lang were really easy to remember. In the entire Hutu, he might be the only one who dressed like this. So when the B*TCH heard the description of wearing a foreign-style robe, like this on the inside and like this on the outside, she almost immediately thought of the bastard who locked her in Keita City. This was simply fate's arrangement. The two of them had a common enemy, so they quickly became enemies. The B*TCH naturally seized every opportunity to blacken Sun Lang, so it didn't take long. In the eyes of the inexperienced Xie Wei, Sun Lang was the #1 bad guy in the world. He was an enemy that must be defeated. The B*TCH planned her revenge, but this year's sword master was simply not good. This Xie Wei grew up in a place isolated from the world. She was brainwashed by the human who raised her into a kind and obedient girl. She was obviously a monster, but her heart was actually better than a human's. Moreover, she was stubborn and serious in doing things. She was not easy to fool. The most terrible thing was that her heart was too soft. She didn't even want to kill a person. What else could she do? She said in a bad tone, "You don't want to be that kind of person? Do you know how high his martial arts are? Without my help, he can cut you in half with a breath. You can't beat him, and you're not as ruthless as him. How can you take revenge?" Xie Wei sighed. Let's talk about it when I see him first. The B*TCH wanted to say something more, but she suddenly became vigilant. Be careful. Xie Wei was stunned at first, then she frowned and looked around. Suddenly, there was a gust of wind above her head. She immediately jumped to the side, and a dull sound came from behind her. The little demoness turned around and saw a man who looked like a bear. This was not an exaggeration. This person really looked like a bear. Compared to him, the dignified Ji Haoran just now looked like a little bean sprout. This person was wearing clothes sewn with fur. His exposed arms and thighs were also covered with thick body hair. He looked rough, and there was a circle of beast teeth hanging around his neck. He looked like a savage who came out of the mountains, but Xie Wei didn't treat him as a savage. When she saw this person for the first time, she sucked in a breath of cold air. She felt a very familiar feeling. This person. No, it was not a human. It was also a monster like her. While Xie Wei was looking at him vigilantly, the uninvited guest who suddenly appeared was also looking at her. Those eyes made Xie Wei feel very uncomfortable. They were like the eyes of a beast in the mountains. They were greedy and ferocious, mixed with a terrible desire. Xie Wei didn't hide the thought that came from his mind. The monster stared at her for a while, licked his lips, and showed a satisfied smile. He stretched out his big fan-like hand and said, "Give it to me." Xie Wei took 2 steps back and said vigilantly, "No." The monster showed an arrogant look and said, "Seeing that you brought me the sacred sword, I will forgive your rudeness this time. I am Gu Diao from the Li Yun wilderness. I am the prince of the Li Yun demon clan, the favorite of the Jili tribe, the future emperor of the demon clan, destined to be the eternal overlord of the demon clan. All demons must be loyal to me, including you." His eyes were full of desire as they swept over Xie Wei. "You are of the Horned Tiger clan. Your bloodline is noble and very healthy. You will definitely give birth to strong children for me. You are very beautiful, and I like you very much. What's more, you brought me the sacred sword that only the demon clan's king is qualified to control. Just like in the legends, a beautiful girl offers the sword to the king and then marries him." Gu Diao took a step forward and stretched out his hand. "My woman, give the sword to your husband to win my favor and favor." Xie Wei's face suddenly turned red. No matter what, she was still a big girl. She had never seen such a scene before. Moreover, the person in front of her was saying such excessive words with a serious face, and from the fluctuations in his heart, he actually said such words from the bottom of his heart? The B*TCH personality had already cursed. Who the F*CK is this? He is seriously ill. I don't know you, and I don't know where the Liyun wilderness is. I don't need to be loyal to you, and I don't want to marry you. I can't give you the sword. Xie Wei bluntly refused the request of this rude person and took a few steps back. We are both from the demon clan. I don't want to be beaten by you. Stupid. Gu Jiao's shout was like a thunderclap in the sky. A terrifying demonic aura suddenly erupted. The wind blew and the stones and sand flew. The birds and beasts in the forest fled in panic. A terrifying aura pressed down on Xie Wei. The first thing I want to teach you is not to disobey your husband. Otherwise you will be whipped. Xie Wei faced the front and was shocked. Fortunately, a warm current came from Ji Du behind her, giving her the strength and courage to resist. This guy who suddenly jumped out seemed to have the confidence to be arrogant. At least she had dealt with many people these days, and this person was much stronger than everyone else. If Ji Du wasn't in her hands, she was afraid that at this moment, she would have been overwhelmed by the momentum from this top demon clan. She looked at Gu Diao in front of her and suddenly remembered something. Did you kill those people? Gu Diao grinned. Yes, they offended me, and then I tore them apart. Xie Wei glanced at him and suddenly shook her head. No, you are lying. You don't know about the deaths of the humans. You just want to scare me. Gu Diao said coldly, Don't use your mind-reading technique, horned tiger. His fierce appearance made Xie Wei's heart skip a beat. This was the most overbearing person she had ever seen. Don't be afraid. The B*TCH transmitted a message with her mind. The sword spirit shouted, If you want to avenge your brother, sooner or later you will have to face an enemy stronger than him. Is this brainless demon very strong? Let me tell you, he is still far from being strong. He is not even qualified to carry Sun Lang's shoes. If you can't even beat him, you might as well surrender and be this bear's concubine. I don't want to. Xie Wei immediately refused and then hesitated. That Sun Lang, is he really much stronger than him? Ahaha, in fact. The B*TCH wanted to say a few words to avoid hurting Xie Wei too much, but she was silent for a moment and sighed. Yes, Sun Lang is much stronger than him. Xie Wei looked at Gu Diao in front of her and felt the terrifying aura and boiling demonic power. For a moment, she couldn't imagine how much stronger Gu Diao was. You are not lying to me again, are you? I am not lying this time. Alright. That bear is getting impatient. You also cheer up for me. The B*TCH shouted. Draw your sword and teach this bear a lesson. Wake him up. Xie Wei drew in a deep breath as her gaze turned calm. With an intention of her will, the sword behind her back emitted a buzzing sound as it flashed with a demonic violet light, landing in the girl's hand. The violet light reflected in her eyes as the demon sword's energy circulated around the body of the sword and its owner, forming a harmonious resonance. Gu Diao could no longer care about Xie Wei's attitude. All his attention was on the sword. This attractive pattern, this exciting power, there was no doubt that this sword was his. It was the destined demon emperor's. It was the beginning of his grand hegemony. It was the horn for him to counterattack the humans. He wanted to regain the dignity and status of the demon race. He wanted to take back everything his ancestors had lost. He looked at Xie Wei and the excitement in his voice could hardly be suppressed. I will say it one last time. Take the initiative to give me the sword and everything you have. Beg for my favor. This is your last chance. Don't let me take it myself. Otherwise, after I get the sword, I will let you know the taste of a life worse than death. Xie Wei's eyes became incomparably calm. It is because of a monster like you that we are misunderstood everywhere. Gu Diao didn't speak anymore. His bones made a violent cracking sound and his terrifying aura rose higher and higher. He slowly raised his hand. Pay attention, the B*TCH shouted. Remember what I usually teach you. This will be a fierce battle. You have to wait. At this moment, Gu Diao, whose aura had reached its peak, turned around in shock. At the same time, Xie Wei's heart was alarmed. Her intuition as a monster was frantically warning her. What was that? Immediately, the B*TCH screamed through the spiritual link. The sword spirit's voice was unprecedentedly embarrassed and shocked. She screamed, "Run!" Chapter 597. Even without the sword spirit's reminder, Xie Wei knew what she had to do. Run. She turned around and ran as fast as she could, but in the next moment, an overwhelming sense of oppression came crashing down on her from behind like a tidal wave. Danger. Her heart was telling her. Danger, extreme danger. Xie Wei had never known what danger was, nor did she know the feeling of fear and helplessness. She grew up in a paradise in the 100,000 mountains. From a young age, there was a group of teachers who taught and protected them. Every day in the valley was peaceful and interesting. No one could hurt her, and no one dared to hurt her. When she escaped from the mountains, she happened to pick up the demon sword Ji-Du under the protection of this demon sword that could keep pace with the 7 luminaries' sacred sword. Even if she encountered any danger along the way, she could easily get rid of it. In addition, she had the ability to read people's minds, so even if she walked in this world full of evil, there would not be any problems. Even now, when she was blocked in the Huichuan Mountains, a group of Jianghu people coveted her sword, and even when she met this demon prince who called himself Gu Diao, under the pressure of his demon power, she did not feel any fatal threat. Because she had the Ji-Du demon sword in her hand, no matter what, Sister Lu would protect her. But this time was different. Danger, extreme danger. It was as if she was walking alone in a wild world. In the darkness around her, there were countless terrifying predators that could take her life at any time. Most importantly, she realized that this time, even if she had Ji-Du in her hand, even if she had Sister Lu's protection, she could not change anything. The strength of the other party had exceeded her imagination. The terrifying pressure and the alarm in her heart almost strangled her throat. It was extreme fear, extreme panic. She had never encountered a situation like this before. The imminent danger of her life was like a sharp sword pressed against her back, and with a light push it could take her life. Her whole body was bursting with one word: run. She wished she could grow wings and fly as far away as possible. However, what made her despair was that when the earth-shattering power came crashing down on her, her body was already out of the control of her brain. She became limp and powerless, like a lamb targeted by a tiger or a leopard. She could not move at all. Her heart beat faster and faster, and her breathing became more and more hurried. It was as if her entire body was about to explode. She couldn't help but feel despair in her heart. Was this a true expert? At this moment, the Ketu demon sword in her hand emitted a rapid radiance. A purple halo enveloped the terrified girl, allowing her to recover some of her strength. The bitch's voice was extremely urgent. Stand up! Run! Xie Wei gritted his teeth, mustered all his strength, and rushed forward. He was covered in dust and grass as he fled in a sorry state. She had never been so embarrassed and terrified in her life. As she ran, she asked the B*TCH, What is that? She was almost on the verge of tears. The B*TCH's voice was also extremely flustered. How the F*CK would I know? Where did this monster come from? It's all your fault. If you had killed those people before, there wouldn't be today's matter. Xie Wei was at a loss. How did I know this would happen? The next moment, a series of roars came from behind. It was like thunder, shaking the mountains and shaking the earth. It was as if two prehistoric behemoths were madly colliding with each other, accompanied by the roar of the ancient eagle. The two monsters had already started fighting. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Siewei didn't need the B***TCH's urging, and sped up to escape. The aftermath of the battle over there was simply earth-shattering. The mountain peak under her feet was constantly shaking. Large pieces of gravel were thrown into the air and splashed everywhere. The angry roar of the ancient eagle was endless. There was also another voice. Siewei didn't know what this terrifying thing was, but she felt that it was definitely not human. It was howling, roaring and roaring from beginning to end. It was like a peerless beast that was no different from the ancient eagle. Its arrogance was overwhelming and its power was amazing. Siewei lowered her body to avoid the large pieces of flying stones and exclaimed, "Is this an internal strife among the monster race?" The B***TCH shouted, "At this time, don't meddle in their business." The demonic beast and the sword continued to flee for a few more moments. Abruptly, her body trembled. Behind her, the roars of the ancient statue were even more enraged than before. Demonic energy soared up to the skies, permeating the air. Siewei was surprised. That ancient eagle has already revealed its original form. In such a short time, it has been forced to this point. She soon discovered that she was wrong. The little monster didn't think that the arrogant and self-righteous Prince Li Yun would be forced to this point. Because not long after, the sound of the ancient eagle had completely changed. From the excited roar at the beginning to the angry roar, to the shocked roar and then to the painful wail. This monster known as Li Yun, the future emperor of the monster race, let out a wail of helplessness, madness and despair. Siewei stopped in shock and looked behind her. She had already run far enough away. She couldn't see the scene over there, and could only hear the desperate wail of the ancient eagle. She was familiar with this sound. It was like the sound she heard when she was a child, when she heard a deer being held down and bitten by a tiger. It was the sound of being suppressed by a ferocious enemy that couldn't resist. It couldn't break free, but it couldn't die immediately. It could only endure the intense pain as it was bitten, torn apart bit by bit. It was the sound of a pitiful prey. She couldn't help but think of the threat that the ancient eagle had made to her before. It made her experience the feeling of living a life worse than death. Now, he probably understood what it felt like to live a life worse than death. Siewei felt the world spinning and an even greater fear swept over her. She said in a trembling voice, He was eaten, swallowed alive." The B***TCH also experienced a similar shock as her. The sword spirit murmured, "What exactly is that thing?" There was no answer, and they didn't want to know the answer. The only thing they had to do now was to run as far away as possible, as far away as possible. Siewei finally found a mountain stream and hid in it. She drank a few mouthfuls of water and leaned against the stone wall on one side, panting heavily. She was still in shock. Today, she had encountered a monster that she absolutely couldn't compete with. Even if it was just its power, it was enough to make her run away. She couldn't even muster a trace of fighting spirit. For the first time, the little minx intuitively felt the reality and cruelty of this world. This world was not as safe as she had imagined. Siewei's legs went soft and she sat on the ground. As soon as she relaxed, 2 drops of tears rolled down her face involuntarily. She said in a panicked tone, "That Sun Lang, compared to that person just now, who is stronger and who is weaker?" The B***TCH was silent for a long time before she slowly said, "Although you may not believe it, I think that Sun Lang is stronger. That person just now vented his anger and momentum without reservation, but Sun Lang restrained his anger in his heart. Only people who can control their anger can better control their power. I can't imagine what Sun Lang looks like when he's angry." In Siewei's mind, a memory fragment from a long time ago that he had obtained from his father flashed. She whispered, Is that so? The battle just now was simply earth-shattering, and the news couldn't be hidden. Sun Lang didn't know that he was being talked about by a minx and a sword spirit. He noticed the strange movement coming from the Huai Chuan Mountains. That kind of noise, let alone Sun Lang, a slightly stronger master would be able to detect it. He arrived at the place where the battle took place at the fastest speed. It was a mess. The mountains that had been uninhabited for a long time were in a mess. It was as if a demolition team had passed through. The remnants of the demon aura had contaminated the broken grass and trees. The flowing blood had sunk into the soil. There were no insects or beasts. Not even an ant could be found. No animal dared to come close. Because a powerful demon beast had died here. Even the remnants of its death were enough to make the weaker beasts flee in panic. They didn't dare to come close. A huge body of a strange beast was lying on the ground. The surrounding soil was dug up and the stones were torn apart. It must have suffered amazing pain and despair before it died. These were all traces of its struggle. It died in the same way as the previous two groups of humans, but this time it was a demon, dismembered into 8 pieces. Sun Lang stepped on the pool of golden blood. He kicked aside a beast leg in front of him and checked around. He had never seen such a type of demon before. Eagle head, leopard body, lion tail and deer-like horns. Sun Lang touched his chin. It's another strange type of demon. A bright golden light flashed. Empress came riding the Tianyuan saber. Although her martial arts were far inferior to Sun Lang's, she was born with a silver spoon in her mouth and had countless cheats. Relying on the Tianyuan saber given by the emperor, she was always fast. She furrowed her brows and looked around at the shattered environment. Her gaze fell on the corpse of the demonic beast. Looking at the distinct features of the corpse and the golden blood on the ground, her gaze changed slightly. This is an ancient sculpture. Sun Lang turned around. Another criminal you colluded with? Empress seemed to be greatly shocked, and could not accept this fact for a while. This is the Prince of Li Yun's demon race, an ancient statue. It is said that when it was born, it carried the golden blood. It was regarded as a natural leader and king by the demon race. Its talent was outstanding and it was supported by the demon race. I didn't expect it to die here. Who killed it? Another King Royal. It's good that it died. Sun Lang stretched out his foot and kicked the huge eagle head that was torn to the ground. It died with its eyes wide open. Endless despair and anger still condensed in its golden eyes, as if it could not accept this fact. Empress heard the sarcasm in his words and snorted coldly. Looking at Sun Lang kicking the head back and forth, she could not help but say, "Hey, it's the Prince of Li Yun's demon race, oh." Sun Lang nodded to show that he understood. This head is not bad. Do you want to take it back and make a specimen? Also, can this meat be eaten? Chapter 598. Sun Lang didn't seem to be joking. His eyes scanned the carcass of the ancient sculpture as if he was looking for the most delicious part. I feel that its protein content is at least 20 times that of beef. Then he seemed to have seen a part that was not suitable for children. He couldn't help but gasp and nod. This donkey, it can probably make people's brains. It can be sold for a lot of money. Emperor Concubine shouted, "Can you be more serious?" Sun Lang blinked, thought for a moment, and then nodded. "You're right, our hearts should be pure. Look at this monster, it's full of treasures. Look at its fierce bones. Look at the dragon teeth in its mouth. The snake jade in its eyes, the phoenix feathers on its body, the barbarian god's heart in its chest, and the claws of chaos on its limbs, the black tallow in its body, the war horse's horn on its head, the blood tearstone, and the octuplet crystal in its eyes." He pointed his finger in the last direction and introduced with a righteous face, "And such a big spirit root here." After recounting everything, Sun Lang looked at the Empress Concubine with admiration. "You really know how to live. These materials are enough for you to break through." Come, 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 bring your saber over. I'll gather some materials. Empress said coldly, don't talk about your previous life. This is the prince of Li Yun's demon tribe. If he dies here, it will cause a big mess. Sun Lang yawned, it's already dead. What's the use of talking about it? Also, what can happen? The Empress concubine's tone became colder and colder. Most of the demons in Li Yun believed that Gu Jiao would become their future emperor. He was the prince that everyone had high hopes for and was valued by the great demons. Now, he died here, in the Huai Chuan mountain range. He died so miserably and silently. Do you think the demons will let this go? Sun Lang looked at her from the corner of his eyes and was a little puzzled. Haven't you been living more and more in the past 2 years? This son of a bitch has hands and feet. He ran to human territory and appeared in the world. His ability was not good, so he was cut into pieces. Doesn't that serve him right? Why won't the monsters give up? The emperor that they've taken a fancy to is like this. They should feel embarrassed. Why are you panicking? Empress snorted. You say it so easily. This is not your country. Of course, it's easy for you to say that. Sun Lang spread out his hands and said, it's strange. This demon came to the territory of the empire and massacred human beings. In the end, it suffered retribution. Isn't this a good thing? The demon won't let it go. The one who should be the most unwilling to let it go should be the imperial court. Why does this demon dare to come to the empire and kill people? Empress frowned and said, it died in the same way as the previous 2 batches of victims. It should have died in the hands of the same person. Those people were not killed by him, right? Hey, you were so good at framing me. Why have you become so innocent and cute now? Sun Lang pointed at the corpse of the ancient sculpture. It's already dead. How can it get up and argue with you? Such a good pot of shit should be on its face. Killed those people. A demon came to the empire to kill people. This is an international dispute. The imperial court should send someone to the Li Yun wilderness to reprimand the demon king. If they can't do it, they should send soldiers to kill their mother. Empress wanted to ridicule him, but suddenly her expression changed. Don't you want military power and be a high-ranking official? Why are you shouting so happily? Should you lead soldiers to kill their mother? Sun Lang said proudly, I'm not going. In my previous life, I was a member of the Politburo Standing Committee. As the saying goes, the son of a rich family does not sit under the awning. Of course, the rough work of fighting should be done by your Tensei province. Empress seemed to understand Sun Lang's intention. She said coldly, you are just fanning the flames. You can't wait for the empire to have enemies everywhere and the flames of war will continue. In terms of quarreling, Sun Lang did not lose to anyone. He laughed. You attach so much importance to the opinion of the demon race. I'm afraid you have an alliance with Li Yun. You have something to ask of him, so you are appeasing him. The two glared at each other for a moment. Empress shook her head and sighed. The internal strife is unbalanced, and the external strife is rising again. Sun Lang's internal strife was very self-aware. He snorted. Bullsh**t, those demon beasts that were chased around like dogs, are they worthy of being an equal threat to me? General Tensei snorted. She did not know whether to laugh or cry. She looked at the corpse on the ground and said slowly, Did you see it? Who killed it? Sun Lang smiled faintly. I saw something. It's very interesting. I thought I had overestimated this person's martial arts. I didn't expect that I still underestimated him. Empress frowned. What do you mean? Sun Lang did not answer. He just waved his hand. An invisible force spread out from his hand and enveloped the battlefield. After a moment, a faint purple color appeared between the soil, grass, trees, and gravel. It seemed to be responding to something. Do you see the remaining demonic energy on the battlefield? This demon fought with the enemy with all its strength, but it was still defeated. The demonic energy it used with all its strength was forcibly shattered and scattered everywhere. Other than that, there is nothing. Sun Lang repeated calmly, "There is nothing." Empress thought for a moment and her expression suddenly changed. "You mean," Sun Lang smiled, "yes, when the murderer killed those warriors, he also relied on brute force. He did not use martial arts, nor did he use his true energy. He only relied on his well-tempered body to kill the enemy. At first, we suspected that he was not human, but obviously, he should be human. Moreover, his external hard body skills were so strong that it was frightening. Not only could he tear the warriors apart, but he could also use pure physical strength to tear apart this powerful demon." He turned to Empress and said faintly, "I really didn't know that there was such a fierce person in the world. Who could it be?" The Empress concubine shook her head with an ugly expression. "I also don't know. There are countless masters in this world, who cultivate both internal and external martial arts. However, for external martial arts to be so violent to such an extent, to still use such brute force to fight and kill, is there such a person?" she asked. "Is there really such a person? Is he really a human?" Sun Lang said firmly, "Most likely. And there must be such a person." Empress asked, "Who is it?" "I don't know," Sun Lang said slowly, "but to tear apart this demon with only physical strength, I can do it, so there must be someone who can do it. Human beings can do it." General Tensei shook his head. "You can do it, but it doesn't mean that you will do it. Will you use such a bloody way to kill people? The great masters in the world have experienced countless battles. Their daily cultivation and combat experience have been combined to forge the most suitable fighting style for them. Some use swords, some use fists and palms, and some use hidden weapons. I have never heard of a great master who would use such a disgraceful and disorderly way to kill people. That can only mean that his situation may be a bit special." Sun Lang smiled deeply. "I'm beginning to be interested in this person. Who could he be?" Empress said slowly, "I hope that County Magistrate Lin, Tensei Province, and your two new friends can give us a surprise." No matter what, they had to bury the demon's body for the time being. After all, the earth-shattering battle that had just happened must have attracted a lot of attention. If they found out that such a powerful demon had been cut into pieces in the same way, it would definitely cause a huge uproar and add endless variables to this matter. Before this matter was settled, Huaichuan could not fall into chaos. As for how to deal with the corpse, it was simple. Sun Lang easily dispersed the demonic energy entrenched here. Then, he smashed a large hole in the ground and threw the entire ancient statue inside. After covering it, he randomly smashed around the surroundings. After destroying the surrounding terrain, he swaggered off with the Empress concubine. Before leaving, he did not forget to say to Empress, "After this matter is over, remember to dig it out and teach those demons a lesson. How can they be allowed to behave so atrociously in the Empire?" As for those experts who were rushing here, they were too slow. When they discovered the abnormality just now, Sun Lang and Empress rushed to the scene as fast as they could. The henchmen who stayed in Huaichuan were not idle either. All the elite scouts of Tensei Province in Huaichuan were dispatched, and County Magistrate Lin also led the county soldiers to set up arrangements. In addition, Wang Dajiang and young Master Lu also received news from Sun Lang. They were the representatives of their respective allied forces and were very well informed. Their mission was the same, which was to keep an eye on the surroundings and pay attention to the people who fled instead of rushing in after the incident. The result was very satisfactory. Empress received the expected surprise. In only half an hour, the two of them received a goshawk message from Tensei Province. The fierce henchmen of Tensei Province had captured a high-value target who might have witnessed the battle just now. In the back hall of the Huaichuan County Government Office, a dignified 7-feet-tall man sat upright on a chair. His bearing was dignified and his eyes were focused, but there was a faint trace of fear and uneasiness in the depths of his eyes. The sound of footsteps rang out one after another. The man's body trembled slightly. He turned his head to look at the door and saw two people walking in. The man walked straight to him and sat down on the chair next to him. He took out 2 ingots of gold from his pocket and slammed them on the table twice. "Friend, seeing your extraordinary appearance and panicked eyes, I have a rough idea of what kind of person you are. Then let's talk more concisely. Do you see these 2 ingots of gold? Answer my questions honestly and they'll be yours. Otherwise—" The man's attention was already attracted by the 2 yellow ingots of gold. Then, he saw a hand cover them and gently clench them. When the hand opened again, the 2 ingots of gold had been clenched into a ball. Gold was very tempting, and the threat of death was very frightening. Using gold to show the threat of death doubled the effect of coercion and bribery. The man swallowed his saliva and said in a trembling voice, "Sir, please tell me." Sun Lang smiled with satisfaction. "Good, you know what to do. Then, the first question, what's your name?" The man answered honestly, "This one's surname is G. My name is G. Howren." Chapter 599. G. Howren. Awe-inspiring righteousness, a good name. This G. Howren was the man who had been hung over the cliff by Xie Wei to scare him before letting him go. It turned out that he was looking at the almanac when he went out today. Not only did Xie Wei not kill him, he also didn't run into the ancient statue that was searching for Xie Wei. Otherwise, with the ruthless appearance of the monster prince, he wouldn't have a good end. After he was let go by Xie Wei, he noticed a monster power not far away on the way down the mountain. Originally, he was hesitating whether to go back and take a look. After all, the little goblin had let him live and he felt disloyal if he just left. But soon, he also felt a terrifying aura that wanted to strangle everything. Immediately, the world roared and rocks flew. The scene of the ancient statue and the mysterious person fighting completely shattered all his courage. Ji Howren fled in a sorry state, hating his parents for not giving birth to him with 2 more legs. As for the matter of the little goblin, he had long forgotten about it. You can see how the story unfolds. A stranger meets a beautiful girl, and the 2 have met once. He even owes her a favor. When he is about to leave, he suddenly feels an extremely terrifying aura coming from behind. It seems that the girl is in danger. Although he is very afraid, when he thinks that the girl might be in danger, he has to face it head-on even if there is danger ahead. This kind of story was obviously a choice that a brave and righteous protagonist should make. Then, a beautiful story happened. He saved the girl in danger, and the 2 of them escaped together. During this thrilling escape, they gradually developed some kind of relationship. Then, they fell in love with each other, and from then on, a beautiful marriage or something like that was born. However, Ji Howren didn't run away. So as soon as he ran out, he was secretly taken down by several people with bad expressions. He was tied up in a sack and brought here. To have such an end, it could only be said that he didn't fight hard enough. Sun Lang nodded and said, "Ji Howren? By the way, I knew a person called Ji Yenran when I was a child. I played with her before. Do you know her?" Ji Howren thought hard for a moment, then shook his head and said, "I am the only child in my family. None of my relatives know of such a person." Sun Lang smiled. "Then let's not talk about this. Just now there was such a big commotion. You must have heard it. Or rather, you were in the mountains at that time. Did you see it?" He had just been talking about Ji Yenran's daily life, but now he suddenly went straight to her heart, catching her off guard. Ji Howren was shocked. His emotions were immediately reflected in his eyes. Looking at his expression, Sun Lang knew what was going on. "Your eyes have already told me the answer. You'd better not lie." The golden ball in his hand had already been spread out on the table like a dumpling skin. Ji Howren looked flustered as he looked at the calm Sun Lang and stammered, Yes, this lowly one did see." Sun Lang asked, "What did you see?" Hero G's body trembled slightly, and his teeth chattered. He said again, "No, no, no, I didn't see anything." Sun Lang was a little impatient, but looking at Ji Haoran's scared face, it did not seem like he was deliberately lying, so he asked patiently, "You mean you didn't see the appearance of the two people fighting, but you were not far from there?" Ji Haoran nodded like a chicken pecking rice. "That's right. If he was close enough to see the appearance of the two people, he would not have been able to come back alive." Sun Lang thought for a moment, grabbed the golden pancake on the table, kneaded it into a ball, and handed it to Ji Haoran. "Good answer. Now this is yours. There are 2 more ingots. Tell me the situation at that time." Ji Haoran was greatly relieved. Fortunately, this person only cared about the battle and did not know that he had seen the little fairy before. Thinking of the girl's delicate appearance and the kindness of sparing his life, he was really embarrassed to take the initiative to tell this matter, even if the other party should have run away long ago. Thus, he calmed himself down and said, "At that time, I was halfway up a mountain when I suddenly saw a purple light rising from a few hills away. Then, I felt my heart beating very fast and I felt a little dizzy. At that time, I was so scared that I wanted to run away, but I still watched for a while. Soon, I felt an even more terrifying aura, as if a terrifying monster was rushing over here." Hero G was a little clumsy and could not vividly describe the situation at that time, but from his lingering fear, one could see how fierce the battle was. After listening to him, Sun Lang closed his eyes and pondered for a moment. Then he opened his eyes and said, "You mean, there was a monster that released a terrifying demonic power, and after a while, you felt the arrival of another person?" Ji Haoran nodded weakly. "Yes." Sun Lang said lightly, "That person's physical strength was very strong, and his speed must be very fast. After a while, it means that the monster did not take the initiative to fight, but that person was attracted by the monster's demonic aura. Then the question is, why did the monster release its demonic power? Who was it demonstrating its strength to?" There were no other corpses or traces of battle left at the scene. He looked into Ji Haoran's eyes and said lightly, "So, who did the monster meet?" Ji Haoran was shocked. Oh no, did he guess about the little fairy? As he thought of this, he heard Sun Lang said gloomily, "You seem to be hiding something from me. Are you going to tell me yourself, or should I give you a hint?" A biting cold murderous aura flashed and swept over Ji Haoran's body. Oh my God, this feeling is actually similar to before. Facing the sharp edge, Ji Haoran suddenly felt that all the pores on his body contracted at the same time. Incomparable horror and fear swept through his body. His body instantly stiffened, and after a while, he said with a sad face, "I'll tell you." After about half an hour, the henchmen of Tensei Province came over to serve tea. Sun Lang picked up the teacup, drank a few mouthfuls, and said with a smile, "It is indeed a surprise." Empress also said, "First, he saw the sword of Ketu, then escaped from that kind of battle and brought precious information. This person is indeed a bit interesting." Just now, Ji Haoran couldn't withstand the psychological pressure and finally confessed everything. He told everything that happened after he met Xie Wei and was captured. He didn't dare to hide anything. Sun Lang repeatedly asked him several times. After confirming that there was no mistake, he sent him away and rewarded him with 2 gold ingots. After that, he told him to quickly leave and not return to Huichuan. He said with a smile, "This person is indeed interesting. Isn't that more interesting?" Empress said, "I'm still wondering, how did you know that he met the sword master of the sword of Ketu?" "I'm just guessing, but I'm 80% sure." Sun Lang said indifferently, "I've said before that the monster didn't initiate the battle. He was threatening someone and brought about a fatal disaster. We searched a large circle around the scene but didn't find anyone's remains. There were also no traces of other people fighting at the scene. Therefore, when the battle broke out, the person who was threatened by the sword of Ketu had already taken the opportunity to escape." Since she was able to escape in that kind of situation, it means that she's not weak. If the sword of Ketu could threaten her with its monster power, then she must have been threatened. No matter how I look at it, the possibility of it being Ketu is the highest. Sun Lang smiled, so I tricked her. As expected, we're quite lucky. Empress said, don't be happy too early. Maybe after the sword of Ketu died, the sword of Ketu and the sword master were kidnapped by the culprit. That won't be the case. Didn't I say that there were no traces of other people fighting at the scene? Ketu and the sword of Ketu are very powerful. I've fought with the B*TCH in Lu Town before. Although the sword master's weakness would affect the sword of Ketu, it shouldn't be so weak that it couldn't fight back. Even if it couldn't win, it should at least be able to resist for a few dozen moves. He smiled, but there are no traces of Ketu at the scene. I remember the sword of Ketu's aura. If there was, I would have noticed it. No matter what, although there was a mysterious person with strong martial arts and cruel methods, Sun Lang did have a reason to be happy with the news and clues of the sword of Ketu. After all, this was related to my sexual happiness. Empress looked at Sun Lang's happy face and was unhappy. She immediately poured cold water on him. You're happy too early. The sword of Ketu is fine now, but it doesn't mean that it will be fine in the future. Ji Haoran didn't see the whole process. How do you know if the culprit followed the sword of Ketu to find trouble with the sword of Ketu, or if the culprit followed Ketu and fought with the sword of Ketu? If it's the latter, it means that the culprit is still chasing after the sword of Ketu. Then, she said coldly, don't be happy here and let someone else beat you to it. Sun Lang smiled faintly. Of course. Sigh, that's why the plan can't keep up with the changes. Now that someone has appeared out of nowhere, we have to adjust our strategy again. Indeed, right now the biggest threat to my plan has already become this mysterious person who kills people at the drop of a hat. The focus of our next phase of work should be appropriately tilted towards him. In short, we have to first see what kind of person he is. Empress looked at him and suddenly became alert. What are you laughing at? What are you up to now? Sun Lang's smile was very sincere and harmless, just like a pure little white rabbit. We have to find out the identity and clues of the culprit. First, we have to find him. But he is running around everywhere and his martial arts are strong. It won't be easy for us to find a needle in a haystack. So, in order to lure him out, I have a perfect plan. I just need a brave and smart helper. I think I know what your plan is. Empress shook her head, so I refuse. Chapter 600. Obviously, Empress's guess was correct. Sun Lang was indeed up to no good. When this guy said his so-called bold plan, Empress was so angry that she almost laughed. This bastard really intended to use her as a bait to lure out the crazy killer from the birth split monster. After Sun Lang vividly described his blood-boiling plan, his large eyes sparkled as he looked at the Empress concubine. He was filled with anticipation, as if he really hoped that the Empress concubine would lend him a hand. General Tensei refused cruelly. Don't even think about it. Sun Lang said in disbelief. How can that be? Aren't we partners? Empress stared and said, Of course not. Is your brain damaged? Wow, you are not only ruthless, but also cold-blooded. Sun Lang stood up, clenched his fists and said passionately, The two groups of people who died yesterday and today also had their own families, but they died here silently, never to see their loved ones again. Don't you feel sad and don't you want to seek justice for them? Empress said coldly, No, whether they are dead or alive, it has nothing to do with me. Sun Lang sighed and said, Look, there is also a monster prince who died here. This is an international dispute. The murder of a foreign VIP in our country will cause our friends to be surprised. As the saying goes, a first-class foreigner is a second-class official. What's more, this is a foreigner among foreigners. Shouldn't you quickly find out the real murderer so that you can give an explanation to the monster race in Liyun? Empress sneered and said, "No, if the imperial court is too weak, it will cause the dissatisfaction of the general who retired to the mountains. Naturally, we have to be tougher. This monster came to our country to kill people, and in the end, he died an unnatural death. The monster race in Liyun should be anxious. After all, we are a dignified country. If we don't agree with them, we will lead troops to kill them." "Hey, you're AF * King Fast Learner." Sun Lang jumped up. "Don't you want to know who the murderer is?" "Of course I want to know," Empress said. "But what does this have to do with me being the bait?" Sun Lang shouted, "Of course it's related. You go and lure it out, then I'll rush out and beat it up and drag it away. Won't this matter be over?" "So why do you want me to go?" Empress looked at Sun Lang with suspicion and distrust in his eyes. "Be the bait. Why don't you do it yourself?" Sun Lang said proudly, "If I could do it, why would I need you? But I'm too strong. My blazing pressure is like the sun in the darkness. As long as a little of it leaks out, it might be able to scare that person into fleeing." Sun Lang's idea and plan were very simple. Since they could deduce that the cause of death of the ancient bird was due to its blindly releasing its domineering aura, which attracted the attention of the murderer. As a result, it was easily torn apart, which meant that this method might work a second time. In other words, he had to find a person with relatively strong martial arts to release his chi in the depths of the mountain and see if he could lure that madman out again. As long as he dared to appear, he would absolutely not be able to escape. So here came the problem. There were too few people who were suitable to be the bait. First of all, their martial arts had to be very strong, but not too strong. For example, if Sun Lang were to stimulate his internal energy and release his genuine qi in the Huaichuan Mountains, anyone with a bit of knowledge would probably run away and scare the murderer away. But they also couldn't be too weak. For example, the henchmen of the county yamen were all so weak that they couldn't attract the attention of the murderer. So after thinking about it, the most suitable person was Empress. Although Empress Tensei's kung fu was not the best, she had the Tianyuan saber in her hand. With the power of the Imperial Army, her fighting strength was not bad. She was just right to be the bait. However, she refused. Sun Lang sighed and said, "Why did you refuse?" "I don't understand at all." Empress looked at him coldly and said, "Why did you refuse? Don't you have any idea in your heart?" Sun Lang blinked his big eyes and said doubtfully, I don't know. Don't tell me you suspect that I will deliberately delay and not come out after the murderer appears so that that guy can beat you up first?" The Empress concubine coldly laughed. "Wow, so that's what you think. Am I such a vicious person in your heart?" Sun Lang looked very hurt and said, So you also misunderstood me like this. In this world, is there no one who understands me?" General Tensei said indifferently, "What are you talking about? Aren't there 7 or 8 people in Mingzhou?" Sun Lang rolled his eyes and said directly, "Anyway, are you going or not?" Empress refused flatly, "No." Sun Lang rolled up his sleeves and said, "Then I can only put you down and drag you into the mountains. I will take out the Tianyuan saber and stimulate it to release energy wave. I can also set up a decent trap, but you can't move at that time. Facing the sudden attack of the murderer, you can only pin all your hopes on me to be the hero who saves the damsel in distress." He showed his snow-white teeth and said, "You choose yourself." Empress's expression froze. She gritted her teeth and said, "Scoundrel." Sun Lang shrugged and said, "It's your fault for not calling the elite henchmen of Tensei Province over to help. Otherwise, if a few of them came, you wouldn't have to be the bait, right? Call them over to help? I'm afraid that after calling them over, you will secretly kill them." Empress was boiling with anger. This was really a case of one person defeating 10 people with strength. As long as Sun Lang had an absolute advantage in strength, there was nothing she could do to him. She was silent for a moment and said coldly, If that murderer is really lured over, what guarantee do you have that you will show up on time? Sun Lang said with a smile. I already said that I won't do that. His martial arts are so high, and this is not a trick. If you are not careful and get torn apart, what will you do? Don't worry, don't you know me? Although I am usually a little lively, when it comes to important matters, I will never drop the ball. I'd be a fool to believe you in any case. Sun Lang was using both the carrot and the stick. He was persuading her with a smile, but behind her back, he was ready to use force. Empress thought of a few ways to deal with him, but they were all hopeless. In the end, she sighed and said, You better know what you are doing. If you offend me this time, I will not let you go. Let me tell you, I will complain to your wife. If you don't believe me, you can try. Sun Lang waved his hand and said, You talk too much. All right, let's pack up and go to the mountain. Empress was stunned. So soon? That guy just finished a fight. There is no blood on the scene, which means that he is not seriously injured. Or maybe he is not injured at all. No matter what, he just tore apart a big monster. His body is probably still in a state of excitement. This is the best time to provoke him. He is like a powder keg, he said. It's better to do it sooner rather than later. In order to prevent any accidents from happening, let's deal with him first and then go find the demon's sword. Just as Empress and Sun Lang set off to return to the mountains and prepare to set up traps and bait, the little fairy Siewei finally caught her breath. In the mountain stream, Siewei took out a few fruits from her bag and ate them. The sugar brought by the delicious fruits calmed her spirit. She went to drink some water and finally suppressed the fright she had just suffered. She was trapped in the Huaichuan Mountains, and there were people searching for her everywhere. What made things worse was that there was a monster with extremely strong martial arts and a very cruel character here. Just now, he tore apart a big monster. Siewei had some lingering fear when she thought of being in the same area as this monster. If he also came to find Sister Lu, wouldn't it be over? The mournful cry of the ancient eagle before its death was still in her ears. The little fairy couldn't help but feel her legs go soft. She was really frightened. She didn't have time to rest anymore. She held the demon's sword and asked worriedly, Sister Lu, what should we do now? If that person also came to take the demon's sword, I'm afraid we can't escape. After all, next time, there wouldn't be the benevolent and righteous king to block the knife for her. Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. Compared to Siewei, the Bitcha personality's tone was much calmer. She analyzed. I thought of what just happened. Why did that monster appear? I don't think it was us who lured it here, but the ancient sculpture. In order to intimidate you and demonstrate its power, the ancient sculpture released its demonic energy. The energy fluctuations were too strong, so it attracted the monster's attention. Siewei said weakly, and then, the Bitcha personality said, we can probably come to two conclusions. First, he shouldn't be coming for us. Second, as long as we aren't as stupid as the ancient eagle, we probably won't attract him. The little fairy shook her head. No, I'm asking, what are we going to do next? Are we going to hide here for half a month? She looked around. This mountain stream was a good place to stay, but if they wanted to stay here for a long time, they would have to store food, prepare dried meat, and prepare water. There was no time. The B***TCH's tone also became serious. Yes, I was wrong. I wanted to use this opportunity to let you know the unpredictability of the human heart, but I didn't expect to attract such a monster. We can't stay in Huaichuan any longer. We have to think of a way to leave. Siewei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I want to leave, but can I? The roads in all directions are guarded by those martial artists. The eagles in the sky and the beasts on the ground might all be reared by them. If we're not careful, we might expose our tracks. Things are different now. Once we're exposed, it's very likely that we'll attract that terrifying person. The Bitcha personality agreed. That's right. So, we have to think of a way to escape. What kind of way to escape? The sword spirit pondered for a moment and said slowly, "The only thing we can do now is to fight to the death." The chaos just now must have made many people panic, especially when they saw the ancient eagle's corpse. They must be frightened by the monster's strength, and many people will retreat. That is to say, Huichuan may be very chaotic now, and the security is not as strict as before, so, she said firmly, we'll do the opposite and leave from the direction of Huichuan. Many people must have retreated, and we'll take the opportunity to escape. No one will think of it. Chapter 601. Due to the earth-shattering battle just now, Huichuan was currently in a state of chaos. County Magistrate Lin had no choice but to lead the Yamen runners and the county soldiers to run around to prevent any irreversible chaos from happening. When Sun Lang and Empress left the county and entered the mountain path, they could see many martial artists gathered outside the mountain pass. There were also many bold masters who chose to head into the mountains. With their martial arts, they could naturally cross the mountain pass and enter the mountains without alerting anyone. The two of them were extremely fast and knew the direction, so they soon arrived at their destination. With the place where the ancient statue fell as the center, Sun Lang chose an ambush point within a radius of 20 miles. This place was neither too far nor too close, just right. Let's do it here. Sun Lang looked around. The valley was empty, birds were flying, and greenery was abundant. It was really a good place to ambush someone. As long as that homicidal maniac dared to appear, he could forget about leaving. If Sun Lang had his eyes on someone, there was no other way out other than to be pinned to the ground and beaten up. General Tensei looked at him indifferently. With a flash of golden light, the thick and gorgeous blade of the heavenly essence saber materialized and fell into her hand. Empress said slowly, "Are you sure it'll work?" Sun Lang smiled and said, "I have to try. It's not like I'll lose a piece of meat." Empress glared at him and said, "Then why don't you scram to the side?" Sun Lang thought for a moment and waved his hand. "Wait, I almost forgot, your heavenly essence saber is emitting the aura of the Imperial Army. You have to do something to avoid being seen through." He stepped forward and took the heavenly essence saber from General Tensei's hand. Empress was instinctively shocked when the Imperial Army saber was taken away. She wanted to reach out and take it back, but when she saw Sun Lang's indifferent expression, she shook her head and sighed, no longer moving. Sun Lang didn't notice Empress Concubine's small actions. He took a few glances at the Heaven Essence saber's body and reached out his hand to gently stroke the back of the saber. An invisible force extended in all directions. A moment later, he handed the saber over and smiled. "It's done." After Empress took the saber in a daze, Sun Lang stepped back with his hands behind his back. He dodged to the side and gave Empress a thumbs up. "Anyway, I'll leave it to you. I'll pay attention to the surroundings. If there are any ignorant experts of the Jianghu who come to make trouble, I'll be responsible for tying them to the side." Empress shook her head and finally made up her mind. She closed her eyes and communicated with the Heavenly Essence Imperial Army. In an instant, a brilliant golden light soared into the sky. It was majestic and domineering, and a terrifying aura roared and spread in all directions. Sun Lang hid in the dark. It was unknown what method he used, but everything around him seemed to have become one with him. All of his aura was restrained in an instant. At this moment, even if a vigilant person walked past him, they wouldn't be able to detect him. He stared at the heavenly essence saber in Empress's hand without moving. His eyes flickered as if he was observing something. "This saber, the more I look at it, the more interesting it is." Sun Lang's trick was indeed effective. The aura of the Imperial Army on the heavenly essence saber and Empress's Jinshi almost merged into one, creating the powerful aura of a super expert. This terrifying aura soared into the sky as if it was a demonstration and a provocation. All of the martial arts experts who noticed this strange movement frowned. No one dared to rashly investigate. After all, this seemed like a challenge. Before the fight started, it was better to observe first and not join in the fun. The blazing dragon aura attached to the heavenly essence, Saber, let out a long roar. It resounded through the heaven and earth, causing the surrounding wind to howl and sand to fly. Sun Lang leaned against a tree trunk in the wind and narrowed his eyes to observe the surroundings. They hadn't come yet. Empress was obviously a little impatient. She looked at the place where Sun Lang was hiding and used her eyes to convey the meaning. Can you do it or not? Sun Lang picked up a grass stem that had been blown away and put it in his mouth to taste it. He waved his hand, meaning, wait a little longer. While they were waiting for the target to take the bait, a sneaky figure was quietly walking in the direction of Huichuan County. Hey, we're about to see a human. Can you be normal? The bitch personality scolded. You're usually so kind-hearted and upright. You have to have a clear conscience in everything you do. Why do you look like a thief now? Naturally, she was talking about Siawei. After the little minx listened to the bitch personality's plan, she felt that it was very reasonable. She felt that Sister Lu was really clever. This must be a good way to escape, so she did it excitedly. However, there was a gap between theory and practice. Although this kind of plan sounded very exciting, it was not so easy to carry out. The main content of this plan was that Xie Wei would pretend to be a Jianghu person who had entered the mountain to search for the divine sword, but was scared out of her wits by the battle that happened there. She would immediately leave the mountain and leave Huichuan County calmly in the chaos. Therefore, the main test of this plan was Xie Wei's acting skills. Yes, acting skills. She had to show the fear of being frightened, the cowardice of wanting to escape, the peace of mind of seeing a human being, and the calmness of being calm in the chaos. For example, let a husky being chased by a tiger mix into a pack of wolves. With the help of the wolves' numbers and group advantage, the husky would escape the tiger's pursuit, and then calmly leave. The success or failure mainly depended on the quality of the husky. As for Xie Wei's acting skills, it was a bit unflattering. This little minx was used to being righteous and awe-inspiring. Although she was excited to do such a stimulating thing, she was still a bit flustered. This mentality was involuntarily reflected in her movements, making her look like she was tiptoeing and sneaking around. At first glance, she looked very suspicious. Don't look around furtively. Your eyes should be filled with fear like a frightened deer. But your eyes should be filled with joy, because you're acting as a human. You're humans and you're natural allies. Places with humans won't be attacked by monsters. That's how you feel. Think about it. If you expose yourself, you'll be done for. The B*TCH chattered endlessly, pointing out Xie Wei's many omissions. Alas, if Sun Lang were to do this, not only would he not arouse any suspicion, but he would also be able to coax the people who bumped into him. You can't beat him, and you are not as ruthless as him. Now it seems that you are not as good at acting as him, and you are not as shameless as him. How can you defeat him? Sun Lang again. Xie Wei curled her lips. Sister Lu, how do you know that Sun Lang can act? How do you know him so well? The B*TCH snorted coldly. Of course I know. Do you think I am an idiot like you? He is my irreconcilable enemy, so I naturally have to carefully understand him in all aspects. Xie Wei bickered with the sword spirit while speeding up. After crossing a mountain, she saw the county in the distance, as well as the nearby mountain pass. There were groups of people guarding there in twos and threes. Her heart skipped a beat, and she heard the B*TCH's voice through the spiritual link. Be careful, be careful. Try not to give yourself away. Otherwise, we can only fight our way out. Originally, Xie Wei had encountered humans several times, so her appearance and clothes were clearly remembered. Those who had some connections in Huichuan County would know this basic information. If she walked into Huichuan County like this, She might be recognized at a glance even if Huaichuan County was in turmoil. However, Xie had no parents since she was young, and she was a good girl, so she had practiced excellent needlework since she was young. Several sets of clothes in the bag were changed by her and made into a large cloak, covering her whole body. She also made a bamboo hat on the spot and hid the demon's sword under the cloak. If she was dressed properly, she would not attract too much attention all the way down the mountain. The attention of the people in Huaichuan County had been attracted by the strange movement just now. They suspected that some peerless master had obtained the divine sword. Out of concern for their own interests, they did not have time to pay attention to other things. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Xie felt her heart thumping wildly, but she tried to make herself look more natural. She passed by one person after another. At most, people just glanced at her and turned their attention back to the conversation with their companions. They were discussing in low voices what had happened and whether there were masters fighting for the divine sword. Everything was going so smoothly. As long as she successfully passed through this mountain pass, it was equivalent to passing the most difficult stage. Then, a blazing dragon's roar sounded from the mountain. It was the rolling power of Empress Tianyuan blade. Everyone was startled and then there was a commotion. This was a good opportunity to speed up and escape, but Xie felt the Kidu demon's sword behind her vibrating. The B*TCH's personality said in disbelief. This feeling, it's like the Imperial Army and not the Imperial Army. This degree of fluctuation, it feels a bit like Xie panicked voice sounded in the spiritual world. Sister Lu, what are you talking about? A few people have already noticed me. What should I do? The B*TCH's personality suddenly woke up and swept the surroundings with her spiritual sense. Just now, the Kidu demon's sword had sensed some kind of fluctuation and involuntarily resonated with it. Such a strange sound and a faint purple light penetrating through the cloak attracted the attention of several people nearby. She said in a deep voice, "Don't panic, continue to walk slowly. Damn it! Why is it here again? Run!" Xie was shocked, but in the next moment, she understood what had happened. A familiar and terrible pressure came from behind her. It was the monster that had torn the ancient sculpture apart before. Xie screamed involuntarily and ran away. Behind her, a murderous aura surged and a terrifying aura surged, accompanied by a roar that almost resounded through the world. Sword! My sword! I finally found it! I finally found it! Chapter 602. Sword! My sword! I finally found it! I finally found it! The voice contained endless madness and joy, like the roar of a tiger and the roar of a dragon, shaking everyone's ears. Those who were slightly weaker had already covered their ears and rolled on the ground, screaming in pain. Xie couldn't care about anything at this time. She used all her strength to run down the mountain. But after a moment she heard the crazy roar, "Don't run! Give me the sword! Give it to me!" The wind was fierce, the earth was shaking, and the terrifying monster was approaching her. The distance between the two sides was shrinking very quickly. Perhaps in the next moment, the opponent's palm would press on her head. Xie shouted, "No, I can't run away! Then there is no other choice." The sword spirit snapped, "Try to stall for time and fight with it." It thought of the powerful fluctuations that came from the valley just now. Maybe there was a top master searching for this monster there. If they could delay until the other party arrived, they might have a chance of survival. Xie took a deep breath and replied, "Okay." Sword chi gushed out, and the black cloak covering her body was torn into pieces and fluttering in the wind. Ji-Du was unsheathed. Xie held the sword in his hand, and the purple demon's sword let out a long cry. Thick demon power surged out of the sword and flowed into her body. The sword master and the demon sword merged into one through the cycle of demon power, causing the strength of the little goblin to increase explosively. Between her movements, the surging demon power surged out. She shook the demon sword, and the purple demon flame instantly covered the whole sword. Then, she turned around and slashed. The sword light, burning with demon fire, rushed toward the strong enemy behind her. The moment she turned around, Siewei saw the appearance of the newcomer. It was a man with disheveled hair and a messy beard. His eyebrows, beard, and hair seemed to have not been taken care of for a long time, so much so that they almost grew together, making it impossible to see his appearance. She could only see his tattered clothes, majestic body, and the desire in his eyes and madness. This gaze was different from the previous ancient sculpture. Although there was a strong sense of possessiveness, it was obvious that it was aimed at Ji-du. He wanted this sword, crazily wanted to get this sword, and not because of greedy desire, but for some other reason. The man let out a bone-chilling, maniacal laugh. "My sword! My sword!" Facing the incoming demonic flame sword light, Qin Wentian didn't even try to evade. Instead, he stretched out his hand and grabbed at it. If an ordinary person touched this sword light, their entire arm would have been instantly burnt to a crisp by the demonic flame. However, a cracking sound rang out as the sword light slashed out by the demon sword was actually shattered by Qin Wentian's casual grab. Where did this lunatic come from? The B*TCH's personality was both shocked and angry. To be able to withstand Ji-du's sword chi with just his physical body, I'm afraid this person's martial arts is already close to Sunlang's. Siewei shouted, "Don't talk nonsense. Let's get through this first." In the blink of an eye, the madman had already rushed over, stretching his hand out to grab the demon sword. "Give it to me." Siewei didn't even think about it. He waved his sword and retreated at the same time to open up the distance between him and the enemy. Ji-du waved his demon power and the sword chi evolved into a series of killing moves to attack the enemy's vital points. The little goblin shouted as he fought, "This is not your sword. Did you mistake it for someone else?" The man swept away Ji-du's attack with a punch, and was about to chase after him when he heard the words. He shook his head and then said angrily, "This is my sword. My sword is gone. My sword is here. I want to take it back. I need it." He roared and punched Siewei's head. In his simple way of thinking, since his sword had fallen into the hands of others and was unwilling to return it, then he would just kill the other party and take back the sword. Siewei waved Ji-du and tried his best to block. The fist and sword collided, making a thunderous roar. The little goblin screamed in pain and was sent flying. Fortunately, she shared her demon power with the demon sword, and Ji-du was a peerless imperial army that was on par with the seven luminaries' sacred sword. His demon power was not inferior to that of a master. Otherwise, this punch would have shattered her bone marrow. Oh no, the difference is too big. The B*TCH was silent for a moment and suddenly shouted, "Throw me over! You are an innocent person and should not be involved in danger. I will find a way to save your life." Siewei was stunned for a moment and then shook his head. "No. He doesn't know you." The sword spirit said anxiously, "Idiot! I'm just a sword now. Who cares if I know him or not? What can he do to me?" "No means no." Siewei, who was flying in the air, did a somersault and landed on the ground. The wind whistled and the madman caught up with him again and punched him again. The strength of this punch was far stronger than before. In addition, Siewei had just landed and was in a hurry to fight. He felt a sweetness in his throat and his whole body flew out again and rolled on the ground. All of this happened in the time it took for a spark to fly off a piece of flint. Most of the Jianghu people gathered around did not understand what had happened. They looked at Siewei, who had fallen to the ground, and looked at the demon's sword in her hand that was shining with a brilliant sword light and flowing with a purple light. They could not help but reveal a greedy gaze. This extraordinary-looking weapon was clearly the peerless divine weapon that everyone had been thinking about day and night. For a moment they all rushed over. "The godly sword is mine! Get lost!" the man shouted angrily. "Those who snatch my sword must die. All of them must die." His body was as fast as a ghost, and he threw a punch. A Jianghu guest was caught off guard, and half of his body was shredded by the wind from the punch. The remaining half of his body continued to run a few steps before he spat out blood and fell to the ground. The madman laughed wildly and pulled a person over. "Gotcha! Gotcha!" He tore the person into two halves and raised his legs to beat around. "Go to hell! Go to hell!" In his hands, the two sections of human bodies were not inferior to the two spiked maces. His godly strength was astonishing, and he wielded this strange weapon with a whooshing sound. Wherever he went, those who were grazed by him would be injured or killed. The martial artists who pounced on him either had their bones broken or were sent flying. For a moment, the sound of bones breaking and screams of agony could be heard. Blood splattered everywhere, and broken limbs flew everywhere. The people who were a little further away wanted to rush over but stopped when they saw such a miserable situation. It was unknown who shouted, "Use hidden weapons and bows to greet them. Anyway, the sword will not be damaged." These Jianghu people who lived on the edge of their blades were stimulated by the blood. They were shocked and angry and immediately reacted. In a moment, flying locust stones, plum flower darts, ox hair needles, iron caltrops, sleeve arrows, and even crossbows and firearms were all shot in this direction. The flying locust stones with amazing strength hit the man's head and actually shattered it. The other darts and arrows were also ineffective. They poked the man's bare skin but could not even scratch it. No one knew what kind of monster this was, but the slight pain provoked the madman's ferocity. He roared and casually pulled out a bone from his thigh and threw it out fiercely. The thigh bone flew through the air and hit a person who was aiming with a crossbow. After smashing his crossbow, it directly pierced into his chest. With a loud bang, the terrifying force destroyed the person's weak body and directly broke a big hole in the person's back. Seeing that this method was effective, the madman shouted excitedly and tore off a large piece of thigh meat and threw it out. In an instant, the situation was reversed. This madman used an extremely bloody and terrifying method to suppress the firepower. There were corpses around him, and he could pull out bullets at any time. This person had amazing strength and was very accurate. The hidden weapons that he threw out carried a terrifying force and were not inferior to heavy arrows and crossbows. Bones, meat, hearts, toes, heads, and even eyeballs, ears, and noses. Anything that he casually pulled out could be used as a hidden weapon. Every time he threw out a weapon, someone would definitely fall. This bloody scene, this madman laughing wildly, his companions fell one after another. There was even a tongue embedded in the head of one of the deceased. This kind of scene was something that even the Jianghu people, who had experienced hundreds of battles, had never seen before. There were already people who collapsed and screamed as they fled. At the beginning, Xiewei was also within the range of the hidden weapons. She waved the demon's sword to protect herself. Then, she saw the madman tearing apart human bodies and using them as a weapon. He wildly shot and killed people. That cruel appearance and that bloody scene made the little monster feel sick and want to vomit. She trembled all over. She had never seen such a scene in her life. She did not even dare to think about it. She shouted, "Don't kill people." The demon's sword in her hand cut towards the man's back. It was as if the monster had eyes on his back. He turned around and punched, sending the little monster flying. Xiewei felt pain all over her body. She rolled on the ground and looked at the murderous madman who was walking towards her. The other party's crazy eyes made her heart turn cold. The little monster tried to make her eyes sharper. She gritted her teeth and said, "You evil man, you are more like a monster than a monster." The man did not seem to care about this accusation. He only had one goal: give me the sword. Give it to me. Just as Xie was about to speak, she felt the demon's sword in her hand trembling slightly. Big Sister Lu spoke in her heart. All right, after I leave, you should also leave immediately and look for Sun Lang. Actually, he isn't as bad as you think he is. The little monster already knew what Sister Lu wanted to do. She was about to struggle and object when her heart suddenly moved. She looked up at the mountain in the distance. She seemed to have sensed something. The monster also turned around as if he had been electrocuted. He seemed to have sensed something too. The B***TCH also sensed something. She said in a complicated tone, F***CK. What is this? Should I be happy? A figure appeared at the entrance to the Huai Chuan mountain. He looked at the scene of blood flowing like a river. He heard the cries of the injured and looked at the flesh and blood below. He saw a little girl lying on the ground. He also saw the demon sword Ji Du that he had been thinking about day and night. However, all of his attention had already been attracted by something else. Even this demon's sword was unable to divert his attention away from it. His gaze was focused on this person. He could not forget. No matter what he became, he could not forget. Even if he turned into ashes, he could still recognize him. By Yu Wei. Chapter 603. By Yu Wei. The voice came with the wind. The tone was calm, but it hid incomparably complicated emotions. There was anger, shock, hatred, sharp teeth, boiling blood, and bone-deep hatred. But the madman did not have any special reaction to this name. He asked blankly, "Who are you?" The sword spirit of Ji Du fell into an incomparable shock. She cried out, "He is Bai Yue? He is the Gold Radiance Sword Saint? How is this possible?" The 7 Radiance Sword Masters were the most glorious and legendary heroes of the Tianyuan era. Their imperial army's holy sword was the most indestructible blade of Hutu. The peerless warriors matched with the peerless imperial army. They were almost synonymous with power. The strongest imperial army was undoubtedly one of the most powerful creatures on this planet. Regardless of nationality or race, they were revered by the people of various countries. Then, this bloodthirsty madman, this violent monster, was actually the sword saint who wielded the holy sword? Obviously, even the little minx had heard of this name. She widened her eyes in surprise and covered her mouth. He is that old Bai's grandfather? Yes, although I can't believe it. The bitch said faintly. Since he said he is, then he must be. Xie looked at the figure on the mountain pass blankly. Then who is he? Then she heard the sound of the wind. The person on the mountain suddenly disappeared. The next moment, she felt a gust of wind blowing past her body. The crazy sword saint in front of her also disappeared, and then there was a roar that shook the mountain. The little minx suddenly quivered and immediately turned back. Even with the help of Ji Du's demon sword, she could only barely see what was happening. The earth was shaking, and the deep and invisible gully extended outwards. The cruel monster who had killed so many people here in an instant had his face pressed against the ground. The back of his head was stuck on the ground, and he was plowed all the way out. Crazy laughter came into her ears. It was not the laughter of the crazy sword saint, but it was even worse than the monster's voice. "Damn it, I haven't gone to find you, but you sent yourself to me." When she saw the man's back, she suddenly trembled. The windbreaker was fluttering in the wind, and the Western-style clothes that were different from Hutu's style. This man was, Xie heart couldn't help but beat wildly. Her mind was blank, and she almost forgot to think. She saw that person drag old Bai's face for a while, and then with a big swing, he threw the world-famous Gold Radiance Sword Saint out like a cannonball. He crashed into a mountain on the side, causing the mountain rocks to shatter and soil to splatter everywhere. His entire body was almost embedded in the mountain. But this was not over. He also pounced on his grandfather, and was accompanied by violent laughter. "Why don't you say something? Are you not happy? Your old friend is here to see you. Why don't you give him AF**? King smile. Fists rained down like raindrops, and a battle that was beyond everyone's understanding was unfolding. This was a real earthquake. Large pieces of rocks fell from the mountain walls on both sides, and the stones on the ground bounced up from the tremors. The ground under their feet even began to shake, as if a sleeping earth dragon was about to rise from its slumber. The people who had barely survived the previous massacre stared dumbfoundedly at the scene. One person had actually smashed another person into the mountain, and the violent sounds of explosions were still coming out, proving that this terrifying battle or beating wasn't over yet. Xie small face was pale with fright. Does he always hit people like this? The B***tch personality was the sword spirit of the demon sword. In terms of grade, it was already on par with the Seven Luminaries' sacred sword. In terms of eyesight and spiritual sense, she was naturally far superior to everyone present. Her focus was also very different. She pondered and said, if it was the gold radiance sword saint, the ancient life-splitting sculpture would be a piece of cake. But how did he become like this? Where is his sacred sword? And his physical body is too strong. On the other side, Sun Lang had already punched Bai Yue many times. The last punch hit Bai Yue's temple, causing his head to tilt to one side and deeply embedded into a mountain rock. This was already the belly of a mountain, and there was a cave that was forcefully punched out. The surroundings were dark, and only the entrance of the cave was shining with light, but everything was no different from daytime in Sun Lang's eyes. He slowly exhaled and coldly said, "Old Bai, why didn't you resist? Even if I hit a sandbag, it would still shake." Bai Yue's face was pressed against Sun Lang's fist, and his head was smashed into the rock. His speech was restricted, and he vaguely said, Who are you?" Sun Lang tilted his head, and, in the next moment, a gust of wind blew over, and Sun Lang floated backward. Bai Yue struggled free, and then he clenched his fists and roared, "I don't care who you are, if you hit me, I'll hit you." He exerted force on his feet and headbutted Sun Lang. Sun Lang looked at him coldly and reached out to meet Bai Yue's head. With a bump and a twist, the force of Bai Yue's collision was turned into a spin. Then, he flew up and kicked Bai Yue's lower abdomen, kicking him to the top of the cave. Then, he frowned. What's going on? The mad swordsman was kicked to the top of the cave, and immediately clung to the rock like a gecko. Then, he turned around and pounced down. He seemed to have learned his lesson, and his body kept bouncing on the walls of the cave, changing his position like a dexterous monkey. As he dodged, he made unknown roars. Sun Lang shouted, "Bai Yue, what the F***ck are you doing? Do you think you can escape by pretending to be crazy?" "Bai Yue?" the mad swordsman mumbled as he jumped. "Are you calling me? Is that my name?" Sun Lang sneered, "Your F***king's sick." As soon as he finished speaking, the old man had already pounced on him, and it was still the same headbutt. Sun Lang raised his palm, intending to give him a more vicious blow. Who knew that the old man would suddenly raise his head in midair and show his snow-white teeth? He actually bit him. Sun Lang did not doubt the biting strength of a swordsman master. He immediately changed his palm, from pushing to lifting, and lifted the old man's chin. This move was originally intended to dislocate his chin, but when Sun Lang used his internal force, he felt that the old man's joints were as if they were cast with iron, and he couldn't move them at all. In an instant, Bai Yue relied on Sun Lang's palm to complete the borrowing force and kicked him. The cave was very narrow, and he couldn't use his full strength. Sun Lang floated back, and Bai Yue gained the upper hand. He opened his big mouth, revealing his pale teeth, and bit up and down, making a crisp sound. Then he squeezed out a low growl from his throat, and used his hands and feet to rush forward. It seemed that he wanted to bite off a piece of flesh from Sun Lang's body. F***ck. Sun Lang looked at the once respected keen metal swordsman who had turned into a dog, and for a moment, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It should be known that this Bai Yue could be considered as an old official of 3 dynasties, and he was deeply trusted by the emperor. He was dignified and extraordinary, and could be said to be the first old man among the civil and military officials in the court. Now, his eyebrows, beard, and hair almost grew together, and his whole body was covered in blood, and he was still howling like a dog. Seeing that this was not a problem, he quickly retreated out of the cave. Seeing that he had successfully forced the strong enemy to retreat, Bai Yue also chased out and shouted excitedly, "I'll bite you to death, bite you to death, bite you to death!" Old swordsman Bai saw the light again, and before he could find where the enemy was, he heard the fierce sound of the wind above. He subconsciously threw out a punch, and the force was heavy and the momentum was shocking. However, Sun Lang's palm was gentle, and it had already wrapped around his fist silently. The two forces were similar, and Sun Lang was using softness to overcome hardness. Old swordsman Bai's body was immediately pulled to the side and spun like a top. After Sun Lang's left hand used softness to neutralize the force, his right hand followed up. As fast as lightning, he hit Bai Yue with the weight of Mount Tai. The strength of both hands overlapped, and it directly hit the top of Bai Yue's head, causing him to sit on the ground. Normally, when this kind of attack hit the top of the head, even if it was an elephant, its head should be in a mess. However, this madman actually acted as if nothing had happened. He only roared, straightened his back, and took advantage of the momentum to pull his legs up. His moves were not methodical, but by relying on intuition, he could often save the enemy. Coupled with his tyrannical physical fitness, his threat did not decrease but increased. Sun Lang looked at his posture and knew that if he was entangled with him, he would bite off a piece of his flesh. He cursed in his heart and floated away. He landed on a shaky tree, and his body continued to rise and fall with the branches. "I haven't seen you for 2 years, but you've become quite resistant. What kind of martial arts is this?" "Martial arts? What is martial arts? I only want my sword." Bai Yue thought of the main purpose of this trip as he searched around and asked, "Where's my sword?" "My sword is over there." He looked at the demon sword in Xie Wei's hand and showed an excited expression. "My sword, my sword, my sword." The crazy swordsman looked at Sun Lang with a look of fear. His eyes flashed with a cunning look. He said mysteriously, "You are very powerful. I can't beat you now, but I have a sword. Let me take my sword and then I'll fight with you." Sun Lang looked at Bai Yue and suddenly said, "The emperor was f***ked by your dog." Bai Yue was stunned. "What did you say? Damn, is he really crazy? What's going on with his body? Why is he so resistant to beatings?" On the other side, Old Man Bai saw that Sun Lang did not speak and was about to tiptoe towards Xie Wei's direction. However, Sun Lang flashed and blocked in front of him. "Where's your sword?" Bai Yue angrily said, "It's over there. If you want to see it, I'll go get it for you." Sun Lang coldly said, "Your mother's fart, that's not yours." "Nonsense, that's my sword." Bai Yue's eyes became cold. Do you want to snatch my sword too?" "That's right." Sun Lang faintly sneered. "Not only this, I also want your sword. Speak, where is the golden sacred sword?" Chapter 604. The Golden Radiant Sacred Sword. One of the 7 luminaries' sacred swords, also known as the Golden Radiant Sword. It belonged to the category of killing and could only be wielded by brave and fierce generals. The current owner of the Golden Radiant Sword Master was Bai Yue. He was the head of the Bai family of West River, an elder of 3 dynasties, and a famous general. He was old and virtuous, and had great prestige in the army. He had countless disciples and grand-disciples. He had been an official for almost as many years as he had fought the extraterritorial sky demon. But if the worshippers of old by saw his current appearance, they would be shocked speechless. This was because the legendary Golden Radiant Sword Master had turned into a crazy old man. He looked like a crazy beggar on the roadside. His eyes were full of chaos and madness, and his mouth was full of strange, crazy words. There was no trace of the elegant demeanor of the famous official who had been bestowed with the golden seal by the emperor. What was worse was that he seemed to have lost something of utmost importance. The great white gold radiant sword, which could break through armies and break through enemy lines, had disappeared without a trace. To a swordsman, the sword was his life. This was especially true for the world-renowned Golden Radiant Sword Master and the peerless Golden Radiant Sacred Sword. Faced with Sun Lang's question, Bai Yue only blinked blankly and then said, "What is it? I don't know. I only want my sword. I only want my sword." Sun Lang frowned. He had already set his sights on the white-haired old man and was determined to obtain the golden sacred sword. Moreover, he was also involved in the matter of the great desolate mountain. There were some things that needed to be settled. He had imagined many scenarios and considered how to deal with them. After all, people were still people. No matter how powerful one's martial arts were, there would always be a way to force him to submit. He could use his family to threaten him and force him to submit. This was especially true for someone like Bai Yue, who was loyal and devoted to the country and the people. He had a full hand of good cards to play. After all, there were some methods that were very effective against people who prided themselves on being loyal and sincere. But he had never expected that he would go crazy. He had gone completely mad. Not only had he forgotten his own name, he had also forgotten his martial arts. He had even forgotten the sacred sword that he should regard as his own life and not abandon even in death. This meant that he couldn't even force a confession out of her. She couldn't remember anything at all. No matter how much torture she used, no matter how much she coerced or bribed, she couldn't just conjure it out of thin air, right? He was very unhappy and was thinking about how to deal with this matter. Who would have thought that Bai Yue would look at him seriously and suddenly reach out and punch him? Without hesitation, Sun Lang stretched out his hand and twisted it. Then, he rushed forward and punched the white-haired old man in the nose, sending him flying. Bai Yue was still in the air, yelling loudly. He stared at Sun Lang and said loudly, I think I've seen you before. And I really want to bite you to death. Aren't you my enemy? Sun Lang said lightly, Yes, at that time, you knelt on the ground and kowtowed desperately to beg me, but I didn't even pay attention to you. As soon as his voice fell, the mad swordsman landed on a mountain rock. He kicked his legs and shattered the large rock into pieces. Using the powerful recoil, he once again crashed into Sun Lang. Since we are enemies, then I will kill you. It was a pity that even though this collision was fierce, it was too brute. Previously, he had relied on his astonishing brute strength and intuition to charge and attack fiercely, and he could still tear the average Jianghu master into pieces. However, when he encountered a peerless master who was not inferior to him, brute strength alone was useless. Facing this meteor-like collision, Sun Lang slightly paused his feet and dodged to the side, avoiding this powerful blow. Fortunately, he calmly stretched out his hand and pressed on the back of the white-haired old man's head. With a burst of strength, he sped up the white-haired old man's speed. Thus, the mad swordsman screamed and crashed into another mountain at 3 times the speed of the previous one. Idiot! Sun Lang coldly spat out these 2 words. Bai Yue pulled himself out of the mountain rock, shook off the stone powder on his body, and turned to find Sun Lang. He roared again and rushed up. Even the force that Sun Lang used to hit him on the back of his head didn't hurt him at all. This was strange. While the 2 monsters were fighting, One demon and one sword weren't idling around either. Seeing this good opportunity, the B*TCH shouted, "What are you still doing here? Quickly run! While they are fighting and have no time to care about us, if we don't leave now, when will we?" Siewei was startled. "Why should we leave?" The sword spirit said angrily, "Isn't this nonsense? Don't you see that Sun Lang is here? He must have come to find us. Although I don't know why he is looking for us, we can't let him do what he wants to do." Siewei looked at Sun Lang's figure. The man's clothes were fluttering, as if he was taking a leisurely stroll. The terrifying monster roared and attacked him again and again, but he easily kicked it back and forth like a ball. The little demon took a deep breath. "Since he has already set his eyes on us, how far can we run even if we run? He doesn't seem to be in a bitter fight at all." The B*TCH was startled and then said discontentedly, "But we can't just stay here and wait for him to come over." Siewei shook his head and said in a soft but firm voice, "Why can't we wait for him to come over? I have been looking for him for a long time. Since I can meet him here, I should take this opportunity to clarify some things." The sword spirit said angrily, "Why are you looking for a beating again? Do you want to be beaten up like this too?" Siewei had already made a decision and wanted to make things clear with this enemy who had killed his brother. However, when he looked again, he saw Sun Lang grabbing one of old Bai's legs and smashing it on the ground like a long whip. The ground and rocks caved in and burst open. This exciting scene revealed a violent beauty that made one's blood boil. Unfortunately, the little demon couldn't appreciate it at all. She was obviously frightened by this bold and unrestrained way of fighting. She said in a trembling voice, Will he hit me like this too?" The B*TCH said gloomily, "Not necessarily. He may use an even crueler way to beat you, using his stick to beat you fiercely. If you don't leave, I'm afraid you will die here." Siewei didn't understand the meaning of this. Suddenly, he thought of something and turned to look at the other side. There was a flash of brilliance and a beautiful and noble figure descended from the sky. The Kata demon sword shook again. The sword spirit had no time to use the big stick to scare Siewei. Her voice was even more shocked than before. "It's her. How did Sun Lang get together with her again?" When the little demon heard Sister Lu's tone, it sounded like she was gnashing her teeth, and she was surprised. Then she saw the golden light dissipate and the person who came revealed a charm that could cause the downfall of a country. It was a woman, but she was holding a thick and huge golden sword. Her body was surrounded by a faint golden light, which made her temperament even more noble. Her appearance was beautiful and her eyes were disdainful. She seemed to be used to commanding the crowd and being high and mighty. This woman couldn't be described as a simple beauty. She frowned and looked at the battle over there. Then she walked towards Siewei. "Are you the sword master chosen by Lu Shujian?" "Lu Shujian? Sister Lu's name? She knows Sister Lu?" Siewei didn't have time to answer before the demon sword buzzed. In the purple light, Ji-Du left her palm and flew into the air. The sword was pointed at the woman in front of her. The bitch's resentful voice rang out from the sword. Using demon power to vibrate the air to make a sound was not difficult for her, especially since she was also a doctor. Whatever Aunt Lu knew, she also knew. The sword spirit gritted her teeth and said, "It's you." Empress said lightly, "It's me. You made things so embarrassing. It's really ugly." The matter of forging the demon sword was secretly planned by Empress Tensei. The bitch personality was her collaborator. Including the plan of sacrificing the 8 distresses and making Aunt Lu the sword spirit, Empress was also clear. Since Lu Shujian was alive and kicking in Mingzhou, then it was obvious who the sword spirit in Kata was. But the bitch personality was not easy to deal with. She was originally intelligent and had a gloomy personality. Now that she had become a sword spirit, what was there to be afraid of? Moreover, there was also Sun Lang at the side. After the shock, The bitch personality guessed the cause and effect of the matter. After all, she also knew what happened in the great desolate mountain. She also understood the grievances between Sun Lang and Empress. If these two people could put aside their past grievances and work together happily, then the sun would rise from the west. In this case, Empress's situation could also be roughly analyzed. So she laughed strangely and said, "You should be a prisoner now. How much better can you be than me?" Empress's eyes flashed coldly. She ignored her and looked at the little demon. She said softly, "You're called Siewei, Sieji's sister?" Siewei's eyes suddenly changed. "Who are you? You know my brother. Do you know something?" The Empress concubine smiled meaningfully. "The things I know are far more than you can imagine." Siewei still wanted to ask, but Empress no longer looked at her. General Tensei turned his head and looked at the battlefield. He said coldly, "This person really looks like Baiyue. What's going on?" The bitch personality said coldly, "You're asking me? I also want to ask you. Why did the dignified gold radiance sword saint become a madman? Not only did he lose his holy sword, but he also lost his martial arts." Empress also felt the power of Baiyue before, but her martial arts were much worse than Sun Lang's, so she only rushed over now. When she arrived, she only saw the blood flowing like a river and many injured and dead people. She also saw Sun Lang beating an old man violently. She didn't know what had happened at all. But after watching the battle, she should be able to see something with her eyesight. She said in surprise, "It seems to be like this. Baiyue's attacks don't have the slightest pattern. I'm afraid that people who have only practiced martial arts for 3 years are better than him. His physical strength and brute force are astonishingly high. Is his body made of iron? How can he not be injured in such a way? I've never heard of him practicing any martial arts before." Her analysis was indeed correct. At this time, Baiyue was like a raging bull. Every move he made was accompanied by the sound of wind. Every strike he made contained astonishing strength. He was simply extraordinarily strong. Sun Lang, on the other hand, was like a butterfly flying around him, dodging his powerful attacks and looking for a fatal flaw. Soon enough, he found it. Not long after, Sun Lang showed a flaw. Baiyue didn't know it was a trick. He roared and kicked. Sun Lang saw the opportunity and shouted, kicking the old man's lower body. "Explode! Big Dog Han!" Chapter 605. You have to admit one thing. Although human beings were divided into countless races and lived in different parts of the world with different languages, different latitudes, different environments, different cultures, and different civilizations, there were some things that they had in common. For example, the styles of weapons were generally similar. For example, there was a pyramid hierarchy. For example, some things were recorded in words and pictures. Another example was, some crafts were widely spread all over the world. Almost everyone had summarized some practical skills without a teacher. It was like kicking the groin. There was a saying that went, when you kick, you don't know how to kick. If you don't attack before you hit, you will definitely lose. When you kick, you can't see the shadow. When you kick, you can kick with a sharp drill. When you see the opportunity, you can use it bravely. This was the secret of kicking the groin. In short, it was to find the right time to King do it. Any combat technique was all about using the smallest price to achieve the greatest result. Therefore, attacking the enemy's weakest point was naturally the most effective killing move. The weakest points of the human body had long been clearly studied through thousands of years of fighting. The temples, the throat, the joints. Among them, the most effective was none other than an indescribable lower body part. Regardless of whether it was a man or a woman, it was quite effective. Therefore, almost every country and civilization had this kind of dirty yet effective technique in their combat technique. Even in Sun Lang's motherland, many martial arts schools with a long history had openly and secretly used it as a trump card and ultimate technique to turn the tables. However, the power of this move was too great, and there was a possibility that it would cause irreversible damage to a certain function of the male compatriots. Even if it was for their own benefit, everyone still had to seal this forbidden technique. Therefore, in modern martial arts competitions, this move was explicitly prohibited. In Sun Lang's homeland, the martial arts world also had the virtue of stopping when necessary since ancient times. Usually, it was not allowed to be so ruthless. As for Hoodoo, although her martial arts were more advanced than that of Sun Lang's homeland, this extremely effective trump card was still developed and derived from countless vicious variations and improvements. However, this extremely powerful and disastrous forbidden technique was still despised by the traditional martial arts world. It was basically equivalent to a dirty trick. Unless it was a critical moment or couldn't bear it anymore, it was usually not used casually. Moreover, there were real masters in this world. The real masters were the kind of top people who came and went with peerless elegance. They were strong in martial arts and had an extraordinary bearing. They valued their status as grandmasters and had the arrogance of the strong. Their self-esteem and pride were far beyond the imagination of ordinary people. They were all particular about status and demeanor. It would be better to let them die directly than to let them kick crotches. But there was a master who didn't value his identity and did so. Xie had the support of the demon sword, while the Empress concubine had an emperor-ranked weapon in her hands. The two of them were paying attention to the battle, and naturally, they could see this kick clearly. That kick was fast, ruthless, and strangely sharp. If it wasn't for the fact that the kick was a little subtle, it would be one of the most exquisite leg techniques in the world. If this kick was seen by all the famous leg experts in the world, they might all die from anger. With a bang, the kick hit. This kick made the eyebrows of the two women tremble violently. The little fairy was so frightened that she couldn't even speak clearly. How can he do this? The B*TCH coldly said, I already said that he is more shameless than you. How can you win against him? On the other side, Sun Lang immediately revealed a proud smile after kicking this treacherous kick. This Bai Yue had a grudge against him. Since he was pretending to be crazy, then he didn't need to care about the Jianghu's morals. He calmly looked at Bai Yue, and was prepared to see this idiot's stupid look with his eyes and mouth wide open. He wanted to hear this old thing's shocking screams, but he didn't move at all. It was as if he had kicked a mountain. He opened his eyes wide in shock and exclaimed in surprise, "So strong?" In the blink of an eye, Bai Yue had already reacted. He didn't even think and used his legs to clamp Sun Lang's leg tightly. Then, he used his strength to twist it to the side. If it was someone else who had kicked this kick, after being clamped and twisted by Bai Yue, the calf bone would definitely be broken. Perhaps the whole calf would be torn off. However, Sun Lang coldly snorted and used his right leg. Old Bai actually couldn't twist it. However, he was caught off guard by this lunatic's clamp. When the two came into contact, this matter became a pure confrontation of strength. He tried to pull his leg back a few times, but his leg couldn't be pulled out. Sun Lang shouted and raised his hand towards Bai Yue's face. "Let go!" Although the lunatic's mind was muddled, after being hit by Sun Lang for so long, even if he was stupid, he knew that this was a rare opportunity. He straightened his neck and shouted, "I won't let go! Then you can go to hell!" The two people's fists collided, and the force of the impact was transmitted to the ground, shaking the gravel and soil into the air. The range of the fight was fixed to an extremely narrow face-to-face. Without saying a word, Sun Lang used his hands to attack Bai Yue's upper body. "Let go, let go, let go, let go, let go, let go." Bai Yue was not to be outdone. While clamping Sun Lang's leg tightly, he used his strong brute force and keen fighting intuition to fight back. He also roared, "I won't let go, I won't let go, I won't let go, I won't let go, I won't let go." The fist aura was fierce, and the palm wind whistled. The arms of the two turned into a shadow and bombarded at high speed, almost exceeding the frequency that could be captured by the human eye. This was undoubtedly the top confrontation of Hutu, but the posture of the two people was a bit strange. Siewei and Empress saw this scene and couldn't help but laugh. General Tensei held the Tianyuan saber and said coldly, "The face of Hutu's peerless powerhouse has been lost by these two idiots." Although Siewei had the power of the demon sword, he was not good at martial arts. It was very difficult for him to watch, so he asked, "Sun Lang seems to be at a disadvantage? He hasn't been able to pull back his leg." Empress glanced at him and shook her head. "Disadvantage? Are you kidding me? How can he be at a disadvantage?" General Tensei looked at the two people who were fighting together and said lightly, "Little demon, do you know what martial arts is? If you find an ordinary person in the city who doesn't know martial arts, he may not be able to beat a wolf with his bare hands. Because the wolf's claws and teeth are not good, and because there is no fierce and wild nature, even if the difference in strength is not big, the difference in combat effectiveness is very big. After learning martial arts, people's skills will skyrocket. An accomplished expert can even tear tigers and leopards. What is martial arts?" She didn't expect Siewei to answer this question, so she answered herself, "Martial arts is a skill that can make humans stronger. This improvement is divided into two types. One is to temper the muscles and bones and accumulate internal force. If an ordinary person has a strength of 100 jin, then he can temper his qi and it can make him have a strength of 200 jin, 300 jin, 400 jin or even more. This is the internal and external martial art. The second method is to let the human use the same strength to make a stronger effect. For example, using 100 jin of strength to make a 200 jin effect is called martial arts." The Empress concubine looked at the corpses around her and the people who had escaped far away. "The people here are all so-called martial arts experts. They have practiced martial arts for so many years, which is equivalent to having 250 kilograms of strength. They can hit with 1,000 kilograms of strength, but why were they so easily killed by Bai Yue? That's because Bai Yue has a strength of 100,000 jin. Even if he doesn't know martial arts and can only make a 100,000 jin effect, they can't resist it." Siewei seemed to understand a little. She looked at Sun Lang and said in a complicated tone, "Then?" Empress glanced at her as if nothing had happened, and a strange light flashed in her eyes. She slowly said, "Bai Yue forgot martial arts, but Sun Lang didn't. Sun Lang's strength is similar to his, but Sun Lang's skills are enough to make him use 100,000 jin to make a 1 million, 2 million, 3 million jin effect or even more. How can Bai Yue be his opponent by relying only on brute force?" The situation was just as Empress said. Although the two seemed to be really fighting each other, the gap between them was obvious if one looked carefully. The speed of the two was similar. Bai Yue made 100 punches, and Sun Lang also made 100 punches. However, the 100 punches made by the old man were almost all straightforward and were easily blocked by Sun Lang. The 100 punches made by Sun Lang contained many extremely exquisite martial arts changes, showing extremely terrifying combat experience and martial arts cultivation. Bai Yue's intuition couldn't resist it. Therefore, out of the 100 punches, except for 20 that were used to block, mislead, and change moves, 80 punches hit the madman's body, making a huge explosion like a drum. The strength of the two was almost the same, but Bai Yue had forgotten all the exquisite moves and force exertion skills. He was fighting Sun Lang, a great master, by instinct. How could he be a match for Sun Lang? The Empress concubine's eyes flickered when she saw all of this. She muttered, "This is too abnormal. If it were any other 7 luminaries sword saint, even if they didn't die after taking so many hits from Sun Lang, they would have vomited blood or been seriously injured. However, Bai Yue seems to be fine. His punches didn't slow down at all, and he doesn't show any signs of being injured. What is going on? Sun Lang succeeded again and again. According to his experience, with Bai Yue's physical condition in the Battle of the Great Desolate Mountain 2 years ago, even if he was 50% stronger than before, he should vomit blood and be seriously injured after taking so many punches. However, this guy didn't show any sign of injury at all. He had many ways to torture this bastard, but at this time one of his feet was caught. In such an embarrassing situation, how could he get rid of Bai Yue? Seeing that things were in a deadlock, Sun Lang suddenly looked behind Bai Yue with a surprised expression and said loudly, "Look, your sword." Although Bai Yue seemed to be mentally retarded, he still had amazing beast-like intuition. Hearing that, he said, "No. My sword is clearly over there." F***CKU Chapter 606 F***CK Your Mother. Sun Lang realized that he couldn't even fool a retard. He flew into a rage. Wind and thunder surged in his hands, turning into thousands of hand shadows that attacked Bai Yue like a raging wave. At his level of martial arts, there were no palm or fist techniques to speak of. He only looked at the result and didn't care about the process. Gouging eyes, breaking throats, destroying hearts, cutting necks, hitting acupoints, and breaking arteries. Every move was created on the spot and was most suitable for this form of technique. Although there was no name, it was exquisite and peerless. It was obvious that he had reached the peak of the realm where no move was better than a move. Bai Yue had become a sandbag at this time. His eyes were drowned by the dazzling phantoms of fists and palms. His entire upper body was crackling, but he still roared and punched with all his might. The momentum was not inferior to usual. It was as if this attack that could turn an elephant into meat paste was just a tickle to him. Suddenly, the two of them roared at the same time. 4 fists collided with a loud bang, and invisible energy sputtered in all directions. However, Sun Lang's combat experience and martial arts attainment were much stronger than the Golden Radiance Sword Saint who had lost his memory. When the 4 fists collided, he suddenly changed his move. He flipped his hands and used a cloud hand to swing old Bai Yue's arms outwards. Then, he used an extremely sharp wind to pierce through his ears. His iron palms closed in the middle and fiercely slapped Bai Yue's temples. This move contained the power of wind and thunder, and one could even see the air being compressed to the extreme, producing ripples that could be seen with the naked eye. However, the white-haired old man only cried out in pain, and his hands swiftly grabbed at Sun Lang's shoulders. "Old thing, you're really something." Although Sun Lang was angry, he still cheered loudly. He saw that this was not a problem, so he shouted, "Saber! Lend it to me." Empress and Xie Wei were watching the battle from afar. They saw that Sun Lang couldn't do anything to Bai Yue for a while. After a few hundred moves, he still maintained a leg posture. They couldn't help but be surprised and amused. The B***TCH was already laughing happily. This bastard thinks he's the best in the world. Now he's at his wit's end. You're at your wit's end. Xie Wei suddenly said in the spiritual link, "Sister Lu, you and this Sun Lang don't seem to have a simple enemy relationship, right?" The sword spirit's laughter stopped abruptly. She was stunned at first, and then she said angrily, "Nonsense, there is only hatred between us. What other relationship can there be?" The little demoness sighed. "I didn't hear any pleasure from your gloating laughter just now." The sword spirit was just about to refute when he heard Sun Lang shouting, "Saber! Lend it to me!" Xie Wei was stunned at first, then he knew that Sun Lang's words were probably directed at the Empress concubine. He probably wanted to borrow the saber in this big sister's hand. After all, that saber looked very powerful. Just as she was thinking about this, she suddenly felt the Ketu in her hand shake, and a huge anger was transmitted to her mind through the spiritual link. Why is Sister Lu angry again? Empress was stunned at first, and then she reacted. However, with her temperament and her relationship with Sun Lang, how could this General Tensei consciously lend a helping hand? She smiled and said, "The wind is too strong, I can't hear you clearly. Can you speak louder?" Sun Lang took a long breath and shouted, "Okay." He only defended with his left hand and steadily blocked Bai Yue's attack. He freed his right hand and slashed in the direction of Empress. The invisible sword Qi broke through the air, and the sharp edge pierced through the air. Although the two were thousands of feet apart, this invincible Qi still roared and attacked. Empress didn't expect that Sun Lang would attack. For a moment, she thought that she had made a mistake. She should have put away the Tianyuan saber first. The sword Qi was bone-chilling, so she had to step back and block with the saber. Unexpectedly, the sword Qi was bent and straight. As soon as it touched the Tianyuan saber, it immediately turned into a winding soft force and wrapped around the blade. The invisible force contained 7 changes was ever-changing. In an instant, Empress felt numb, and the Tianyuan saber had fallen out of her hand. She screamed in her heart. Although Sun Lang couldn't do anything to Bai Yue with his bare hands, if he had the Tianyuan divine tool that was comparable to the 7 luminary sacred sword, the result might be very different. Seeing that the Tianyuan saber was about to be seized by Sun Lang's invisible Qi, a purple long sword came out from the side. The tip of the sword shone with a purple light and was placed on the thick back of the Tianyuan saber. Demon Qi swept out. Sun Lang's Qi that was shot from thousands of feet away had been consumed on the way and had lost 70% of its power. It could no longer resist the Ketu sword Qi and was forcibly intercepted. Empress saw that the opportunity couldn't be missed and immediately snatched the saber back. The Tianyuan saber immediately turned into a golden light and disappeared into her body. General Tensei turned to look at Xie Wei and nodded, "Thank you." The little goblin holding the sword stammered, "No, it wasn't me." The B*Tsich suddenly shook the air and praised loudly, "Xie Wei, well done! You can't let this guy succeed." Xie Wei was shocked. Just as she was about to clarify loudly, she felt a gloomy gaze fall on her. It was Sun Lang. Sun Lang didn't expect that it was the B*Tch who intercepted him. Although it was unexpected, it was reasonable. After all, this guy had such a grudge with him, so it was not surprising that he did this. However, understanding was one thing. Some things could be understood but could not be accepted because humans were born to hurt each other. The plan failed again. He shouted angrily and roared, "You're finished! Do you hear me? You're finished!" Xie Wei was naturally scared again because in this moment, she saw with her own eyes the various violent beatings that Sun Lang inflicted on Bai Yue. The invulnerable gold radiance, Sword Saint became the best punching bag. The various execution skills learned from Iron Fist, Mortal Kombat, Batman and other games vividly showed the brutality and terror of this person. It perfectly outlined the perfect image of the enemy who killed her brother in the little goblin's mind. The B*Tch didn't mind watching the fun. Anyway, she was already a sword spirit. Her body was a sword, so what was there to be afraid of? Therefore, he instigated, "Your Highness Empress Concubine, he said that you're finished, so he will definitely take revenge on you. Therefore, I feel that you should strike first to gain the upper hand. Did you see his back? Stab him and end it all." Empress said lightly, "You were pulled out of your body and stuffed into a sword. You can only live as a sword. Don't you want revenge?" "If there's a chance, of course I want it." The B*Tch first gritted her teeth and then smiled. But obviously, he can block Bai Yue's attack with one hand, and the remaining hand is enough for him to deal with all possible threat. "I'm not a fool. Why would I send myself to death?" Emperor Concubine said indifferently, I also think so. So, I've decided not to make a move. However, isn't this a great opportunity? The B**TCH laughed and said, You're indeed the general of Tensei. Xie Wei saw that these two people were talking in riddles and asked in a daze, What are you talking about? The B**TCH laughed and said, Stupid girl, can't you see that Sun Lang is trapped? If you don't leave now, when will you? Xie Wei was shocked and immediately shook her head. I'm not leaving. I still have questions to ask him. Before she finished speaking, Empress grabbed the little minx's arm and turned around to run. Xie Wei struggled hard, but she was young and her demon power was not strong. Usually, she fought to protect herself and relied on the huge enhancement brought by Ji-Du, but at this time, the demon sword was obviously on Empress's side. Without Ji-Du's demon power, the little minx was naturally no match for Empress's strength. She was being carried in the direction of Huaichuan County. Sun Lang was furious when he saw this. Damn it! Don't go! Stop right there! The B**TCH laughed wildly and said, You should stop right there. Sun Lang really did not expect that a kick would put him in such a predicament. He shouted, Hey! Your F***King sword is running away. Let go of me. You F***King gay. Bai Yue was muddle-headed, but he refused with his beast-like intuition. The sword is running away, but I can still get it back. If I let you go, you can snatch it from me. I can't snatch it from you, so I won't let go. F***CKU. Sun Lang was furious and continued to attack Bai Yue crazily. However, this invincible and fierce sword chi could only leave white marks on Bai Yue's body. The old man was so stubborn that he would not let go even if he was beaten to death. No matter how Sun Lang punched and kicked, there was no way to make him change his mind. F***CKU, 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 F***CKU. After fighting for a little less than an hour, it was enough time for the Empress Concubine and the others to disappear. However, Bai Yue still had the appearance of not relaxing. Sun Lang was flustered and exasperated, but no matter if it was the sword chi cutting, the hidden force tearing the body, or the damage to the flesh, all of his attacking methods were useless. He fought for a while and suddenly had a thought. Could it be that this fellow was immune to true chi? After all, when he was on Earth, there was immunity to physical damage, magic damage, and so on. Seeing that Bai Yue was invulnerable, he couldn't help but think this way. It could be seen that it was because of the misunderstanding. After all, Sun Lang was a warrior. When he encountered a real problem, he was used to solving it with martial arts. It was not until this time that he began to think about other things. Therefore, he stopped Bai Yue with his left hand and drew the big gun fire Kylin from his waist with his right hand. He aimed at Bai Yue's eyes and shot. A boom! This pistol, which was made by the best mechanic in the world by imitating the famous Li Hua gun, made a huge boom. The violent power of fire pushed the sharp bullet out of the muzzle and drilled into Bai Yue's eyes with a strong penetrating force. Sun Lang's extremely high dynamic vision saw this scene clearly. The conical bullet hit Bai Yue's eyeball directly. He could even see the tip of the bullet directly nailing into Bai Yue's pupil. However, that was it. The bullet didn't break through the fragile eyeball. It was as if it had hit an extremely dense steel plate. The entire bullet quickly deformed and pressed against the eyeball. It was directly pressed into a small piece of iron by the great impact. Bai Yue blinked and then opened his mouth to bite the gun. Sun Lang directly threw away the fire Kylin and took out a grenade from his pocket. He directly stuffed it into Bai Yue's mouth and pulled the pin. With an explosion, a cloud of black and gray gas, accompanied by a dazzling light, spurted out from the mouth of the mad swordsman. Then, with a few crunching sounds, he actually chewed and swallowed the steel balls and iron pieces inside. F***CK. Even I don't dare to do this. Seeing that Old Bai opened his mouth to bite again, Sun Lang was not in a hurry to think. He took out something from his pocket and subconsciously stuffed it over. Crunch! That thing was directly chewed by Old Bai. Then, wretch! Chapter 607. That was why Sun Lang was essentially a warrior. No matter how unreliable, shameless, or evil he was still an invincible warrior who had been on the battlefield for 6 years. Cultivators were accustomed to using force to solve problems, especially when they encountered a powerful opponent. Moreover, this powerful opponent had an extremely complicated old grudge with him. 2 years later, when they met again, they naturally had to use pure force to crush him once again and viciously vent their resentment. Therefore, they naturally had to go all out. That was why when he met Bai Yue, he immediately went all out. If his opponent looked invulnerable, then he would beat him until his defense was broken. That was the most normal way of thinking. After all, there was a limit to a person's strength. Even if he was invulnerable, he would still have to respect the law of conservation of energy. However, after fighting for an hour without any results, the Empress concubine and the bewitching sword took the opportunity to escape. Sun Lang began to panic, and only then did he temporarily give up the idea of using force to convince him. He began to wonder if the old man had developed an immunity to true qi for some reason. After all, his current state was too bizarre. Not only did he lose his memory and become crazy, but his vigorous inner force had also disappeared without a trace. Originally, a warrior's vitality was 1. After losing their inner energy, they would rapidly weaken and become weaker than a normal person. However, even if this old man's inner energy had disappeared and his martial arts were crippled, how did he become stronger? Therefore, he raised his hand and shot a gun. Surprisingly, it did not have any effect. He even stuffed a grenade into the old man's mouth, and nothing happened. This person's muscles and bones had reached an unimaginable level. When the gun was useless, Sun Lang saw Bai Yue opening his bloody mouth to bite him. Out of habit, he took out something from his pocket and stuffed it into his mouth. This thing was called canned herring. It was a magical item that Sun Lang used to make friends. He felt that this was a food that could bring happiness to people. At that time, around this canned herring, he and Yin Luo established a deep friendship. Because of this canned herring, Zhang Jianyuan was reborn from the ashes and became an excellent national capitalist. During Sun Lang's journey, this canned herring had brought him a lot of laughter and solved many problems for Sun Lang. It could be said that without this canned food, Sun Lang's life would be at least a third more boring. Many solutions to problems would become extremely monotonous. Sometimes, when a canned herring was enough to solve a problem, he would have to beat up his enemies or even kill 1 or 2 of them. From the looks of it, this canned herring was really a great service. It had saved countless lives. But before today, Sun Lang had only treated it as a fun little prop to relieve boredom. In a real battle between masters, it was not worthy of being on the stage. But he was wrong. In today's stalemate, when he couldn't solve the problem by force, who would have thought that a small canned herring would actually play a role in turning the situation around? The small, round iron can was stuffed into Bai Yue's mouth as fast as a clap of thunder. Old Bai didn't care what it was and directly bit it hard. His body of reinforced iron and strong strength naturally gave him a terrifying bite force. Even if it was refined steel, it would be bitten into iron shavings, let alone this small canned herring. There was an explosion. Juice splashed everywhere. Even Achilles, who was invulnerable, would die immediately after his heel was chopped. There was no invincible fortress in the world, nor was there a true invincible Vajra. At this time, Sun Lang could also be sure that even if Achilles, who was invulnerable, was in Bai Yue's situation at this time, he would also let out a dark and desperate scream. This canned herring didn't have any substantial lethality, but everything in this world paid attention to the element of surprise. And Bai Yue, who was caught off guard, suddenly bit the taste of hell. Any animal with a normal sense of taste and the ability to swallow would have the same reaction when they bit the canned herring unexpectedly. This was the body's instinct, not controlled by any martial arts or physical strength. They would all have the same reaction. That was, of. A large amount of yellow-green liquid spewed out of Bai Yue's mouth along with the snow-white fish and iron pieces. At the same time, the old man's tight muscles finally loosened uncontrollably. Sun Lang was a powerful figure. When Bai Yue's legs loosened slightly, he immediately struggled with all his strength. He successfully got out of trouble. At the same time, a terrifying mass of invisible matter rushed toward him. Vajra Lion Roar, full power sound wave. With his inner strength circulating, Sun Lang roared, Buddha's roar. The biggest difference between Sun Lang and Bai Yue was that Sun Lang's martial arts had already reached the level of a grandmaster. The lion roar compressed the air and spewed out invisible air waves like a wind dragon shooting out air bullets, pushing the mass of invisible matter back into the old man's mouth. Ugh! 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 Even the invulnerable Gold Radiance Grand Sword Master couldn't withstand such a terrifying attack. After all, even if his body was invulnerable, his mind couldn't withstand such an attack. If he wanted to defeat Sun Lang's attack, it would be impossible unless Virgo Shaka personally came and robbed him of his sense of taste and touch. The Gold Radiance Grand Swordmaster's body immediately curled up like a shrimp and began to vomit. Even if he was crazy, he knew what he couldn't eat. As he vomited, he shouted, You actually. After Sun Lang got out of trouble, he was even more furious. This person was surprisingly petty, and this was the most embarrassing situation he had been in the past 2 years. How could he swallow this anger? So before Bai Yue finished speaking, he went up and gave the mad sword master another kick, sending him flying hundreds of feet and crashing into the mountain rock. Hearing the sound of retching still lingering in the mountain rocks, his eyes flashed fiercely. He touched the canned herring in his pocket and thought of how embarrassed the old man was just now. He couldn't help but be angry. F***ck, since I can't kill you, I'll choke you to death with the canned herring, you son of a b***tch. But then he thought of the old man's invulnerable rascal appearance. If I pour all this on him, he'll get used to the smell and hug me when I'm not paying attention, F***ck. Thinking of this scene, Sun Lang couldn't help but shiver. This time, he learned a lesson that he should never give Bai Yue a chance to get close to him. Otherwise, it would be very difficult to deal with him. As for the canned herring, secret weapon, save it for the critical moment. He made up his mind. Thinking that the bitch empress had slipped away, he couldn't help but feel angry. And that little goblin, you're all dead. And the B***tch. Don't think that I can't do anything to you just because you've turned into a sword. I'll shoot you all over. Sun Lang strode towards the direction of Huichuan County angrily. Run, where can you run to? He let out a cold laugh. When he used the invisible qi to rob the Tianyuan saber, although it was ruined by the demon sword of Ketu, but there was still a trace of sword qi left on the Tianyuan saber. Today, I'll let this bitch cause a disaster. While making up his mind, he chased in the direction of Empress escape with his spiritual perception. With that layer of insurance, Empress and the demon sword really couldn't escape, but, with a loud bang, Bai Yue burst out from the mountain rock. He was still wiping his mouth and yelling at Sun Lang, Where are you going? Sun Lang rolled his eyes and took out a canned herring from his pocket. Bai Yue had obviously become a conditioned reflex. When he saw the scary little can, he immediately jumped back and said vigilantly, What are you doing? Sun Lang said coldly, Don't follow me, or I'll give you 100 cans. Bai Yue looked at him from head to toe and glared at him. Nonsense, how can you carry 100 of them? Sun Lang raised the canned herring and looked like he was going to hit it. Old Bai immediately dodged like a monkey, but still kept a distance and looked at Sun Lang. It seemed like he wanted to be a piece of sticky candy. F***ck your mother. Sun Lang was silent for a moment and immediately turned around and ran. Bai Yue was stunned, then he shouted and chased after him. The two of them, one in front and one behind, were extremely fast and powerful. Sun Lang's strength was profound and his qigong was outstanding. His figure was like a flickering light and passing shadow, and Bai Yue's physical fitness was incomparably strong. With his excellent dynamic vision, he firmly locked onto Sun Lang's figure and relied on his tyrannical brute force to chase after him. He actually followed closely behind Sun Lang, and there was no distance between them. F***ck. Sun Lang muttered to himself, if this bastard had this kind of ability when he was in the Great Barren Mountain, then I've been dead for 2 years. How the hell did I do it? He turned his head while running wildly and saw Bai Yue still rushing over unstoppably. Murderous intent flashed in his heart. This piece of sticky candy that couldn't be killed was enough to be called trouble. After all, this old Bai was an out-and-out loyal official. If he suddenly recovered from his madness and still retained this extremely tyrannical defense, together with other Grand Masters at the level of sacred swordsmen, he might be able to pose a sufficient threat to me. After all, as long as he finds an opportunity to desperately hold me, it will be difficult for me to deal with him. So now, in addition to getting the golden holy sword, there were 2 more things to do. I need to find out how he got this invincible Vajra body, and kill him. At this point, this old Bai's life couldn't be spared. After all, Empress had also seen it. With her intelligence and wisdom, there was no way she wouldn't associate it. His murderous intent rose, and he looked back at Bai Yue, who was shouting and yelling, and snorted with a complicated expression. You should also die. Old Bai, these 2 years must have been very difficult for you. This kind of punishment lasted for 2 years, and it's really enough. This time, I'll let you rest completely. Chapter 608. On this side, Sun Lang was being held back by the Gold Radiance Sword Saint. Meanwhile, the Empress concubine and Xie Wei had already run quite a distance away. Put me down. Xie Wei shouted, I don't know you at all. Empress was still running. She looked at the little minx and said, It doesn't matter if you know me or not. Don't you want to avenge your brother? Xie Wei was startled and said, Who are you? What else do you know? General of Heavenly Strategies said indifferently, I know that your brother's name is Xie. I know that you are both from the Horned Tiger tribe. I know that your parents and clansmen all died in the Great Desolate Mountain. I also know how they died. At this point, the woman smiled faintly. Even you know it, don't you? Xie Wei's body shook. Her pupils shrank. She gritted her teeth and said, Of course I know who killed them. But I also want to know why. Emperor Concubine said indifferently, Is this very important? Don't you want to avenge them if you know the truth? Otherwise, what's the point of you knowing the truth? In this world, you kill me and I kill you. Killing doesn't need a reason. Only the one who survives is qualified to explain the truth. That's all. The little minx shook her head stubbornly. I don't understand what you are talking about. I don't understand your human logic. I don't know why you are willing to kill each other. I just want to know what I want to know. General Tensei's eyes moved slightly. She seemed a little surprised. Then she said, Lu Shuzhen, where did you find this clown? The B***tch let out a sword hum and said bluntly, Although she's a silly, naive little fairy, it's much safer to have her in my hands than to work with you. Although she was also very dissatisfied with Xie Wei's weakness and rigidity, in front of outsiders, she naturally had to protect this little girl. Empress didn't care. She had been with Sun Lang for a long time. This level of cynicism was not worth mentioning. She sneered and said, "Oh? You don't want to work with me? What are you doing now?" The bitch personality snorted. "It's just a necessary strategy. Although the enemy of my enemy is not necessarily my friend, if our common enemy is too strong to resist, then it's acceptable to form an alliance because we have common interests. Well then, noble Empress, what do you intend to do?" Empress slowly said, "Sun Lang and I are already like fire and water. Sooner or later, we will have to fight to the death. I am not a person who will sit and wait for death. Of course, I will seize any opportunity to seize victory." The B*TCH also laughed and said, "Me too. Sun Lang's martial arts are too high. If we want to take revenge on him, we can't fight him head-on. We have to find another way." Empress said, "So, we do have a common enemy and goal." The B*TCH said coldly, "That's right. That's why even though we hate each other, we have to put aside our past grudges and work together." The two seemed to have reached a consensus, but Xie Wei still felt that something was wrong. She carefully said, "You too? Do you really have a grudge against Sun Lang?" Empress said indifferently, "We can't live under the same sky." The sword spirit also said, "The hatred is as deep as the sea." The little fairy was very distressed. "That's strange. When you decided to work together, why didn't you have that kind of hatred from the bottom of your heart?" Hearing this, the B*TCH immediately said, "That's because the hatred has been deeply rooted in the bone marrow and rooted in the depths of the soul. There's no need to show anger at all." The general of heavenly strategies tried his best to rub salt into the other party's wound. "Sun Lang killed your entire clan until you were the only one left. Didn't you hear the anger in your voice? It was as if you wanted nothing more than to tear him into pieces." Xie Wei's expression changed slightly, but she still shook her head sadly and said, "I don't remember what my parents and brothers looked like. I don't have any memories of them. I grew up in the 100,000 mountains. My teachers treated me very well, and my friends who grew up with me also treated me as an elder sister. My life so far has been very happy and fulfilling. My only regret is that I don't have a family to accompany me, but everyone's warmth and affection also make up for this regret and loneliness." She looked confused and said softly, "If I never had them, how could I feel the anger and hatred of losing them? Even when I learned about the death of my brother when I became an adult and saw the last scene he saw before he died, I felt a bone-deep sadness and regret. But I don't know why, in my heart, I didn't want to tear my enemy into pieces. What I wanted to do more was to question and blame him. Before taking revenge, I wanted to know the truth." The little fairy smiled bitterly and shook her head. Her long braids swayed gently with her movements. "It's very strange. Maybe I'm different from humans, or maybe I'm different from other demons. Maybe I'm too strange." Empress was silent. After a long while, she said coldly, "In terms of moral standards, I'm afraid you can be called a holy demon." Xie Wei just smiled and said softly, "Sister Lu doesn't want to tell me too much." "Then, are you His Highness Empress? You seem to know him. May I ask, in your opinion, what kind of person is this Sun Lang?" Empress said coldly, "Despicable, shameless, obscene, hateful, absurd, lazy, depraved, arrogant, evil, and presumptuous." Without thinking, all kinds of derogatory words came to her face. The little fairy was startled. With a thought, she instinctively used the mind-reading technique to capture Empress's mind. In an instant, the door to her heart opened and her spiritual awareness intertwined, allowing the little fairy to touch the tip of the iceberg of the most powerful woman in the empire. But the next moment, the door to her heart slammed shut and an unparalleled golden light sealed the door to her soul. The Tianyuan blade flashed and the sharp blade was placed on Xie neck. At the same time, Ji-Du also pointed at Empress Tensei's heart. The bitch personality said coldly, "Put down the blade." Empress ignored the sharp blade that was close to her heart. Her eyes were as cold as ice, containing a terrible murderous intent and anger. She said in an unprecedentedly cold tone, "What did you see?" Xie said weakly, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. I just awakened my bloodline and can't control this power. But I really didn't see anything, the bitch personality said. She won't lie. If she says she didn't see it, then she didn't see it. Don't make things difficult for her. Besides, since you've already done it, are you still afraid of others knowing? Shut up! Empress suddenly shouted angrily. Her voice was very loud, and uncontrollable anger burst out from her tone. This was almost the time when she lost her composure. Even Xie was trembling in fear like a quail. Then General Tensei closed her eyes and took 2 deep breaths. When she opened her eyes again, her eyes had calmed down. She stared at Xie eyes and said coldly, "I was careless just now and almost let you succeed. Your mind-reading technique is very powerful, much stronger than your brother's, but it's best not to use it carelessly. In this world of mortals, only people's hearts are unpredictable. If you can read people's hearts, you will be envied. At that time, even if you have the demon sword to protect you, you will die an unnatural death." Xie nodded like a chick pecking rice. Yes, Sister Lu also told me not to tell others. In the future, you are not allowed to use your mind-reading technique on me. If I find out again, I will kill you. Empress said coldly, "I'll give you another advice. Don't use your mind-reading technique on Sun Lang. Otherwise, no one in the world can protect you. If you don't want to be torn into pieces, you'd better remember my words." What else could the little minx say except to continue nodding? Then, Empress Concubine put away the Heaven Origin blade. Only then did Xie feel the bone-piercing chill leave her body. She couldn't help but tremble. The bitch personality snorted coldly and withdrew the demon's sword that was aimed at Empress' heart. "Now, can you tell me your plan?" Empress pretended to be at a loss and said, "What plan?" The sword spirit sneered, still playing dumb? "With your character of wanting to kill Sun Lang, it's obvious what your motive is. Everything that happened today was really unexpected. I thought that Sun Lang was invincible in the world, and that there was no one in the world who could resist him. Even if there were 1,000,000 armored soldiers and thousands of good soldiers, I'm afraid they wouldn't be able to do anything to him. You and your father must be very distressed, until you saw that scene by chance today." She snorted and said, "I didn't expect that even with the strength of Sun Lang's martial arts, he couldn't do anything to the gold radiance sword sage with his bare hands. Although Bai Yue has gone crazy and lost all his martial arts, his impenetrable martial arts made Sun Lang helpless. In other words, if Bai Yue can find an opportunity to hold Sun Lang, and if Sun Lang really can't break free, then it's a once-in-a-century opportunity for the imperial court." Empress nodded and said, "That's right. Although I don't know what happened to old Bai's father, this is obviously exciting news. Sun Lang is indeed not without weaknesses," the bitch personality said coldly. "Don't be happy yet. He can't do anything to Bai Yue with his bare hands, but don't forget who he is. He's not some boxing sage, he's a sword sage. He can't do anything to Bai Yue with his bare hands, but that doesn't mean that he can't do anything to him with a sword." The Empress Concubine smiled meaningfully. "That's right. Since we were able to discover the opportunity hidden in old esteemed Commander Bai's body, Sun Lang will definitely be able to discover it as well. He isn't a lunatic who wants to challenge himself. The current him will most likely discover the slightest sign of something wrong and will quickly extinguish all threats. If my guess isn't wrong, he already has killing intent towards Bai Yue. adding on the old grudge between the two of them in the great desolate mountain. I'm afraid he already doesn't plan on letting old esteemed Commander Bai continue to live in this world. The bitch personality said, but he can't kill Bai Yue with his bare hands. He can only have a chance if he uses a divine weapon. Empress said slowly, but within 100 miles, there are only 2 divine weapons that can be called divine weapons. The sword spirit said calmly, that's true. With Sun Lang's ability, as long as he can get out of here, he will naturally have a way to get a divine weapon. No matter which one it is, he will always have a way. And once he gets it, I'm afraid he will attack old Bai's father. Empress had a strange expression and said in a low voice, and Bai Yue contains the opportunity to defeat Sun Lang. Naturally, I can't let him die. So, I have to stop Sun Lang from killing him, so... She narrowed her eyes and said meaningfully, so, what should I do now? Chapter 609. The moment Empress finished speaking, the air suddenly turned cold. Xie Wei felt a chill run down his spine as the demon's sword in his hand trembled slightly. Sister Lu had been the one to negotiate with His Highness Empress all this while. She could only listen from the side in a daze. In terms of intelligence, she could not win against His Highness Empress. But now she felt a trace of unease. In this inexplicably tense atmosphere, the bitch personality slowly said, since we want to stop Sun Lang from killing Bai Yue, we have to stop him from obtaining the divine weapon. How do we stop someone from obtaining something? Whether it is snatching it away or hiding it, there is a possibility of finding it. The most foolproof method is to make that thing completely disappear from this world, right? Empress lightly said, exactly. The demon sword's body rippled with a demonic light. Sword spirit coldly laughed. Can you do it? General Tensei nonchalantly said, how do you know if you don't try? Since I am the one who arranged for it to be forged, only I know how to destroy it, right? Ji-Du Demon's sword suddenly let out a sword cry. Sword Spirit's voice was filled with killing intent. Can you do it? Empress lightly smiled. How do you know if you don't try? She slowly raised the Tianyuan blade and pointed it towards the sky. A resplendent golden light slowly bloomed. The bitch personality lightly said, Xie Wei, back off. No matter how stupid the little demon was, she understood the current situation. She retreated while shouting, hey wait, what are you doing? General Tensei smiled. Lu Shujian, look, even in the wilderness there are many people who want to obtain the demon's sword and are unwilling to lose and are searching everywhere, right? Sword Spirit coldly said, so what? Empress said again, looks like you also care a lot about this little demon. This is really unexpected. But maybe it is this kind of pure and innocent little girl that is more likable to us. Ji-Du's trembling became stronger. She coldly said, what are you trying to say? The Emperor concubine smiled at her. Then, the majestic saber radiance with the brilliant light of a peerless divine weapon gushed out. But the target was not Xie Wei, nor was it the demon sword. It was the sky. The violent saber chi rushed to the sky, like a golden light breaking through the clouds in the sky, rushing to an even farther place. This abnormal behavior made Xie Wei and the B*TCH personality stunned. The sword spirit said, before he could finish his sentence, General Tensei had already charged forward. The fiend's sword of Keitu immediately spiraled into the air and stabbed forward. Empress raised her saber to block it. The heavenly origin divine tool was enough to contend against the 7 luminaries' sacred sword, so it was naturally no match for the sharpness of the fiend's sword of Keitu. Golden light and purple light intertwined in the air. Suddenly, Empress let out a clear cry and the heavenly origin saber flew out of her hand, entangling with the fiend's sword of Keitu. Amidst the clashing sounds, Empress had already arrived in front of Xie Wei. The little demoness was shocked. No, Don't come over, Empress said with a cold face. You just greatly offended me, and you only want to apologize? Xie Wei was just about to resist when he suddenly heard this and said, I'm sorry, is there anything I can do? Let me hit you. Don't worry, it won't hurt. Xie Wei was stunned again. Looking at Empress's expression of refusal, he nodded blankly. Oh. Okay, good boy, stand still. Xie Wei, are you a fucking idiot? The B*TCH personality who was temporarily entangled by the heavenly origin saber was shocked and angry. If you dare to hurt her, the two of us will never be finished in this life. Empress smiled coldly. Idiot? Her palms had already silently pressed forward. Before Xie Wei could react, she had cut the little demoness's neck. Xie Wei fell, and was supported by the Empress concubine. Bastard! The sword spirit fought back the heavenly origin saber, and then stabbed towards Empress. However, Empress waved her right hand and the heavenly origin saber turned into a golden light that flashed past and reappeared in her hand. She waved the saber and blocked Ji Du's killing move. Then she stretched out her hand and pushed Xie Wei to the opposite side. She just fainted, it won't be a big problem. Ji Du floated in the air, crossed the sword body, supported the fallen Xie Wei, and slowly put her on the ground. After checking and finding that the little demoness was indeed fine, the B*TCH personality was relieved. Then he heard Empress say with a smile, This is the wilderness. You care so much about this little demoness, you certainly don't dare to let her faint here alone. After all, there are many people in the martial arts world who are still looking for the divine sword. Only then did the sword spirit realize the sinister intentions of this woman and scolded. Bitch! Traitor! Are you addicted to backstabbing? Empress twirled the heavenly origin saber in her hand and said with a smile, Unexpectedly, you only realized it now. Do you think that when your soul enters the sword and becomes a sword spirit, you will immediately become stupid? Or, after getting along with this little demoness for a long time, you yourself have become righteous and awe-inspiring, and you don't know how to lie? In that situation just now, it is natural to make such a choice. Otherwise, do you really think that I would destroy you? She showed a proud smile. So, you are an idiot? Why would I completely anger Sun Lang at this time? Ha, as the price of failure, Lu Shuzhen, I will leave the rest to you. Fight well with Sun Lang and buy time for me. I will not accompany you. After she finished speaking, the B*TCH's angry roar filled the sky. Emperor Concubine ran away with a victorious smile on her face. After she ran far away, she even waved her hand at them. Bastard, bastard, bastard! This bitch, bitch, bitch! The B*TCH's anger soared to the heavens. The demon sword's sword chi whistled and turned into a purple light that pierced in all directions. The huge rocks and trees here were all destroyed by the demon sword. However, it was as the Empress Concubine said. She couldn't leave Xie Wei here to chase after the Empress Concubine. After all, the little demoness was still unconscious. It was too dangerous to leave her here. But wasn't Sun Lang still entangled with Bai Yue now? He did not have any divine weapons in his hands. She was afraid that he would not be able to do anything to that crazy sword saint for a while. The B*TCH personality was quickly slapped in the face by the hard reality. After a while, she sensed a rumbling sound rolling in this direction. Sword! My sword is in front of me! My sword is in front of me! You are not allowed to snatch it from me! F*CKU. Sun Lang escaped? What method did he use? It should be a conspiracy, because Bai Yue was obviously still following behind him, and Sun Lang had no way to deal with him. Soon, dust flew in the distance and two small black dots quickly became bigger. One in front and one behind, it was Sun Lang and Bai Yue. Sun Lang saw Xie Wei lying on the ground and the demon sword floating in the air. He was stunned at first, then he silently increased his speed. Bai Yue behind him saw this and also increased his speed. However, this was a small forest. When Sun Lang passed by a few trees, he immediately changed his move. He stretched out his hand and snapped two large trees that were as thick as the mouth of a bowl. His left hand grabbed one of them and shook it forcefully. That large tree immediately turned into several thousand wooden flying shuttles that rained down behind him. Each of these flying shuttles was like a sharp arrow. Several thousand sonic booms rang out as they pierced through the air. The momentum was so great that it was no less than 10,000 arrows being shot at the same time. In this regard, Bai Yue's response was very simple. He did not care and collided head-on. The powerful flying shuttles hit the old man's body, but it was useless. All of the shuttles were turned into flying wood chips, and could only slow him down slightly, which distracted him a little. This was enough, because Sun Lang had another thick stick in his right hand. Selfless realm. Sun Lang grabbed the thick wood with both hands and raised it up high. He roared, "The limit of my comprehension after thousands of tempering and tempering. Fly. Tennis and baseball are actually similar." Although Bai Yue was invulnerable and had amazing brute force, he had lost all his memories and martial arts. In terms of combat experience, he was really too far behind. Bai Yue faced this whistling blow and wanted to smash it directly. However, Sun Lang's stick contained an extremely terrifying control of power. The complex changes of power contained in it were enough to play with Bai Yue's brute force in the palm of his hand. With a loud bang, the huge tree immediately shattered, but Bai Yue was also fiercely sent flying. He rushed into the sky and shone like a meteor. "Go, rocket team!" Amidst Bai Yue's extremely unwilling roar, Sun Lang threw the remaining wood in his hand to one side and flashed to Xie Wei's side. He showed a casual smile. "Hey, B***tch, long time no see." The sword spirit said coldly, "Who are you?" Sun Lang said with a smile, "Are you still blaming me? I just saw you and forgot to say hello. But you can understand. After all, I suddenly saw Bai Yue and suddenly became angry. You know, no matter how calm a person is, if they suddenly meet a good friend they haven't seen for 2 years, sometimes they will lose their mind, right?" The B***tch said coldly, "Oh? Did old Bai stab you many times in the great desolate mountain?" Sun Lang said with a smile, "No, this old man cried miserably at that time. Towards the end, he was howling. Now that I think about it, it's quite scary." The sword spirit said indifferently, "Is that so? He has now become a lunatic. Is it your fault?" "No, no, no, of course it's not me. The culprit must be His Majesty the Emperor who planned all this, and His Highness Empress." Sun Lang smiled and glanced at Xie Wei who had fainted on the ground. "Speaking of which, what's going on? Were you stabbed in the back?" "Ioyo, I didn't think that such a smart person like you would be stabbed in the back. It's really a sin. What did I say to you? Sigh, as the saying goes." Before he could finish, Bai Yue's angry roar came from the horizon. "I'm back again. The sword is mine, 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 mine. Son of a bitch, so fast." Sun Lang's face showed displeasure. Anyone who encountered such an unkillable sticky candy would also feel troubled. So he reached out to grab the Kata demon sword. "I'll lend it to you." The demon sword immediately floated back. The B***tch sneered. "Not lending." Sun Lang frowned. "Don't be so stingy." The sword spirit snorted. "Didn't you disdain to want me back then? Why are you so stubbornly coming over now? You're such a good stallion, why are you eating my grass?" Chapter 610. What was that saying again? "Today you ignore me, tomorrow I will make you unworthy of me." This was the so-called reincarnation of heaven and earth. That day in Lu Town, Sun Lang rejected the B***tch's goodwill and did not give a damn about the sword of Ketu. He was unperturbed, and did not get close to women. He looked at all the divine weapons in the world as if they were nothing. It could be said that he was domineering. But now the tables had turned. First, he had to collect the holy sword and use the power of the heavenly weapons to fight against his curse. Now, he had to deal with Bai Yue, the old bastard. He had to ask for Ji-Du's help. The B***TCH also thought of Sun Lang's motive, so she naturally put on a very high attitude. What kind of joke is this? I'm not someone you can summon and dismiss as you please. We still have a debt to settle between us. But Sun Lang's face was really thick. He immediately showed a scumbag's guilty smile, and said shyly, B***TCH, what are you talking about? Aren't we good friends? The sword spirit said coldly, I am not worthy of your friendship. Isn't your good friend Lu Shujian, Dr. Lu? I'm just a wandering ghost, an insignificant soul in a sword. How can I be your friend, Grand Marshal Sun? Sun Lang saw that Bai Yue was rushing faster and faster. He had no time to tangle with the B***TCH. His figure flashed, and as fast as lightning, he approached in an instant. He grabbed the hilt of Ji-Du's sword and said with a strange smile, Little girl, just obey me. Sure enough, if the soft approach doesn't work, then the hard approach will work. Ji-Du was in Sun Lang's hand, and the B***TCH seemed to have expected this. She sneered, Do you think you can succeed like this? Before Sun Lang could speak, the earth shook. In the roar, Bai Yue turned into an illusory shadow, roaring with a terrible momentum. When he saw Sun Lang holding my sword in his hand, his eyes instantly turned red. He was so angry that he roared again and again, as if Sun Lang had put a hat on him. Put down my sword! That is mine. Mine. Facing Bai Yue, who was full of murderous intent, Sun Lang held the sword in his hand and stood still. When Bai Yue approached, he snorted and shook the sword. The purple demon's sword turned into a brilliant sword light and stabbed toward the sword saint of lunacy. When martial arts and swordsmanship reached the highest level, they were no longer limited to external objects. Even a blade of grass or a tree could be used as a sword. This was indeed the principle of martial arts, but it was not absolute. Because this world not only had peerless martial artists who had reached the peak of perfection, but also had peerless divine weapons. If two sword saints with similar skills were to fight, one holding the seven luminaries' sacred sword and the other holding a grass stick, then it would be obvious who was stronger and who was weaker. At this time, if one said that a blade of grass or a tree could be used as a sword, then it would really be a sword your mother. Just as the B***TCH said, Sun Lang was a sword saint, not a fist saint. When he held a sword, he was the most terrifying. This almost invincible former sword saint held a peerless demon weapon that was comparable to the seven luminaries' sacred sword. Even if it was just a casual stab, it was enough to change the weather. No expert in this world dared to treat it lightly. However, when Sun Lang's sword was in midair, he suddenly felt the demon sword shake. Ji-Du's huge demon power and sharp edge were not used by him. Instead, he began to stir up trouble. But after all, he was a peerless swordsman. Although the weapon did not listen to him, this sword still stabbed like a meteor from outer space. Bai Yue met this sword head-on. With a painful roar, he was sent flying again. But it still did not break through his defense. Sun Lang heard the pain in Bai Yue's roar. His expression changed slightly, and then he flicked the body of Ji-Du's sword. Hey, why are you throwing a tantrum? Ji-Du said indifferently, Grand Marshal Sun forcibly took over my body and wanted to do this and that to me. I can't resist, but can't I struggle a little? What you said makes sense. Sun Lang said gruffly, It's your fortune to be able to follow me. Lie down obediently and don't resist. I'll guarantee you a good life. Bai Yue flew closer this time, like a wild boar roaring. Sun Lang drew a sword flower and flicked it up. The demon sword vibrated again, The huge demon power rushed back and forth on the sword, disrupting Sun Lang's sword path and internal energy. Therefore, this sword returned without any effect. Although Bai Yue was sent flying again, it only left a white mark on his chin. Sun Lang rolled his eyes. Hey, are you done? The bitch personality snorted. I just don't want to cooperate with you. What can you do to me, huh? Now that I've lost my body because of you, I can only hide in this sword. Those dirty tricks of yours are useless. Aren't you very resourceful? What can you do to me now? Why don't you use that shameless ability of yours and bully me like before? Sun Lang sighed. B***tch, what are you talking about? We're such good friends. How can I bear to use those methods to deal with you? The bitch personality sneered again and again. There's no other way. You're talking nonsense again. Hypocritical and shameless. Sun Lang shook his head and said, You've really misunderstood me. How can I not have a way? I just can't bear to use it on you. The sword spirit said coldly, Oh? I've already become a sword. I'd like to see what else you can do to me. Sun Lang sighed. The evils we bring upon ourselves are the hardest to bear. At this moment, the persevering Bai Yue rushed back. This simple-minded lunatic really didn't know how to be flexible. He also didn't know what it meant to retreat in the face of difficulties. Give me the sword, However, even if he was a lunatic, he still had conditioned instincts. When he saw Sun Lang standing there holding the sword and looking at him blankly, his heart skipped a beat. Although the two swords just now didn't hurt him, they stabbed him very painfully. This pain was enough for a lunatic without sanity to establish a preliminary arc of reflex. He stared at Sun Lang as if he was facing a great enemy. As he ran, he prepared to receive the attack. Suddenly, he heard Sun Lang stretch out his left hand and shout, Stop! Bai Yue was stunned at first, but when he heard the explosive shout that contained internal strength, he couldn't help but stop. He stared and said, What are you doing? Sun Lang suddenly raised the sword in his right hand, scaring Bai Yue into a defensive posture immediately. However, Sun Lang did not take the opportunity to attack. Instead, he held the sword horizontally with his right hand, while his left hand rubbed the devilishly beautiful body of the sword that was flickering with a purple light. He revealed a smile and said, Hey, you said this is your sword? Bai Yue nodded vigorously and said loudly, Of course. This is my sword. I lost my sword, so I came out to look for it. This is my sword. When Sun Lang fought with Bai Yue in the great desolate mountain, he didn't know how many times he had fought with Bai Yue's sword. He had long understood Bai Yue's sword like the back of his hand. And obviously, Jidu had nothing to do with Jin Yao. Bai Yue kept pestering him. Obviously he had lost his mind. Previously, he had emphasized many times that this was his sword, and Sun Lang could only say Motherf Kerr sold it as a gift. But this time, he didn't do so. Not only did he not refute or object, he even nodded his head with a smile. Just like a model at an auction, he held the demon's sword and struck a few poses. After that, with the warm smile of a salesman, he used his magnetic voice to say, Yes, you have good eyesight. Look at this smooth and beautiful sword body, look at this plump sword guard, look at this slender and tight sword hilt. His face was filled with intoxication as he held the demon's sword. His expression was exaggerated, and his words were gorgeous. He was like the male lead on the stage of a drama. He sighed and said, Ah, this unique beauty, this seductive little demon, let alone you, I also like it very much. In this world, there are people who like to board boats, people who like to ride ponies. Naturally, there are also people who like to play with swords. If you get a good sword, you must bring it with you at all times. When you sleep, when you bathe, not only must you bring it with you, every day you have to wipe it 30 times, rub your face 50 times, and lick it 80 times with your tongue. Ji Du's sword body shook violently. This wasn't an exaggeration, the demon's sword was indeed shaking violently. The B***TCH's roar came out. "Don't be so F***king disgusting. What are you trying to do?" Sun Lang ignored her and said sincerely to Bai Yue, "Promise me, okay? After you get this sword, you must lick it 80 times a day. Dog, promise me." Bai Yue's eyes were filled with a desire for the sword. Hearing this, he subconsciously licked the corner of his mouth. The demon's sword trembled even more violently as the B***TCH character roared, "Sun Lang! How dare you! B***TCH, I only took over your body, but now I realize that even if I take over your body, I can't take over your heart. Maybe it's time for me to let go." Sun Lang said affectionately, "Look, he's the Gold Radiance Sword Saint. He has a noble status and powerful martial arts. Look at his unruly personality and his soul that yearns for freedom. Look at his trendy hairstyle, his beard, his sad eyes, and his thick and juicy tongue." The demon's sword trembled even more violently. Using the standard of a massage stick, she was already in 5th gear. Oh, shut up you F***cur. Sun Lang suddenly shouted, "I'll give you the sword." The demon's sword flew out of her hand and flew towards Bai Yue. The crazy sword saint's eyes flashed with a strong desire as he jumped up with a roar, "I'm coming!" The B***TCH character roared, "Scram af!" The sword radiance flashed and sword chi shot out in all directions. The sword radiance was like a flowing flame, bringing with it a sharp killing intent. Ji-Du suddenly sped up and shot towards Bai Yue's heart. After hearing Sun Lang's shameless explanation and seeing Bai Yue's crazy and stupid appearance, the B***TCH character only had one thought left in his mind. "I'll kill you F." Sun Lang's figure instantly appeared in the air, right behind the demon's sword. He grabbed the demon's sword. Even if it was only for a few breaths of time, it was enough for him to grab hold of it. The killing intent in both of their hearts resonated at this moment. The unparalleled swordsman waved his heavenly weapon. The sword radiance flashed. Instantly, the white and purple radiance exploded at the same time. Bai Yue screamed in pain as blood splattered out. Chapter 6:11. Bloody light bloomed. The invincible golden radiance sword saint, the monster that even Sun Lang couldn't kill, was finally injured. However, whether it was Sun Lang or the B***TCH personality, neither of them were pleasantly surprised, because they discovered something that shocked them even more. When Bai Yue's blood was splattered on the spot, purple and white halos suddenly burst out in this small forest. The halos flowed and waves of light spread out. Terrifying sword energy shot out in all directions. The sword spirit suddenly felt an invincible and terrifying power surging up along the body of Ji-Du's sword. That extremely sharp feeling, that fierce killing aura, even if she had never experienced it before, she should know what it was. Golden Radiance Sword. The B***TCH was shocked and angry. This must be the power of the Golden Radiance Sword. The Holy Radiance Sword is still with him. This sudden burst of sharp killing power also attacked Sun Lang, making him recall the memory of the Great Barren Mountain. The brilliant sword light of the Golden Radiance Imperial Army soared into the sky, causing a slight prickling pain on the skin. The shining halos were reflected in Sun Lang's eyes, causing him to be in a trance for a moment. Waves of light intertwined, the sharp edges collided, roars, blood, killing. The same scene, the same people, they were like today, standing under another sky. Sun Lang and Bai Yue's eyes met in the air. Even if the people now were no longer the people of the past, one had abandoned the past, the other had abandoned himself, but they were both sacrifices, and they both had sad fate. Today, their eyes met, and their minds resonated for a moment. A desperate battlefield appeared in their minds, covered in blood, desecrated by conspiracies. The stories of heroes, the inspiring victories, the tragic sacrifices, were all absurd lies, enough to destroy all legends and stories, and make ideals and history collapse together, leaving only despair and nothingness. They were just the inscribers who carried the final truth and all the darkness. It had always been like this. In this brilliant light, Bai Yue said blankly, Who are you? Sun Lang said softly, It's over. Let's go. He raised his sword and rushed toward the Gold Radiance Sword Saint. The Gold Radiance Sword Saint had lost his memories, abandoned his loyalty, and abandoned his martial virtues. From the most honorable and noble person, he had become an ignorant lunatic. This was his curse, this was his escape, this was his torture. Because as one of the few survivors of the Great Barren Mountain, the Gold Radiance Sword Saint bore the burden of despair that could destroy his life. Even though he was an elder of 3 dynasties and a sword saint, he could not support the darkness. Without his memories and martial arts, Bai Yue would not be able to stop him. All resistance would be futile. Just like 2 years ago, the loyal old general who was full of meritorious service could not stop all of this from happening. In his ears, the old man's wails seemed to ring again. At that time, he was kneeling in a pool of blood, knocking his head hard, but he didn't say any words of pleading. There were only wails that almost tore out his soul. To him, from that day onwards, hell had descended eternally. Sun Lang swung his sword and pushed away the Gold Radiance Sword Saint's arms, kicking him to the ground. His eyes were indifferent. He raised the demon sword in his hand and stabbed down fiercely. This sword was so sharp that it seemed to be filled with endless hatred. Violent power surged down from the demon's sword like a tidal wave, going head-on against the protective glow of the Gold Radiance Sword Saint. A strong wind blew and waves of air were released. Under the strong impact, Bai Yue did not say anything. His eyes rolled back and he fainted. However, the demon's sword only pierced through Bai Yue's clothes and nailed to the skin on his chest. It did not pierce through. Sun Lang said indifferently, Explain. His tone was calm, but the sword spirit could not help but swallow back the nonsense of, I am not your sword. She said very straightforwardly, Don't you want his sword? If you kill him like this, don't you want the sword? Sun Lang looked at Bai Yue and said slowly, If you kill him, the equipment will drop. I'm afraid that's not possible. The B*TCHY personality said, Logically speaking, a holy sword has a spirit. It has fought side by side with its master for many years. When its master is in danger, it will automatically protect its master. You have already injured him with that sword, so the Gold Radiance Holy Sword's sharp golden aura immediately counterattacked. However, the last sword attack already put his life in danger. I don't see the Gold Radiance Holy Sword transforming into its original form to defend against the enemy. Maybe the Holy Sword is not on him. Sun Lang looked at the unconscious Bai Yue and said coldly, You want to save his life. The B*TCHY personality snorted, So what if I do? He is probably the only enemy in this world that you feel is difficult to deal with. You are so anxious to kill him. Is it because you are afraid that you want to silence him? Sun Lang smiled faintly, Of course not. Since I just found out that you can stab him, he is no longer a threat to me. The sword spirit said coldly, Next time I will stay far away from you. The hatred between you and me is as deep as the sea. Why should I serve you and help you kill people? Sun Lang smiled, I never count on others. Even if you don't help me, I have a way to deal with it. The B*TCHY personality heard this and his tone changed slightly. You mean, I didn't say anything. Sun Lang let go of his hand and let Ji-Du float in the air. Then he squatted down and reached out to touch Bai Yue's body a few times. He muttered, That's right. It's a bit too easy for him to die in a daze. Moreover, the Gold Radiance Holy Sword doesn't seem to be on him. Strange. What's going on? The B*TCHY personality asked casually. What do you want the holy sword for? Sun Lang said solemnly. Of course it's to collect the 7 weapons, summon the dragon, and fulfill my biggest dream. Biggest dream? The B*TCHY personality said disdainfully. Do you want to F*CK a woman? Wow, she actually hit the nail on the head. However, Sun Lang was determined not to admit it. He snorted. Bullshit, of course I want the world to be peaceful. Do you think I'm such a superficial person? The sword spirit clicked his tongue. World peace? You still want world peace? Do you need to be so hypocritical? I think you can't wait to tear this country into pieces. Sun Lang ignored him. After thinking for a moment, he waved his hands, and the ground under Bai Yue's body immediately split apart, causing the white-haired old man to sink into the ground. Then, the ground closed up, revealing only his head. The B*TCHY personality said, You're wasting your effort. What's the use of burying him in the ground? With his brute force, he can come out as soon as he struggles. Sun Lang showed his shining teeth. If I step on his head, he won't be able to come out. It seemed to be the case. The sword spirit was speechless and asked again, Don't you care where Empress went? It was you who forced this B*TCH to bring her here before. And what are you doing here? Why are you interested in the Holy Sword? Big Official Sun needed the power of the Holy Sword to balance the power of Hedgehog, so that he and his lovers could live happily together. Of course, this secret couldn't be easily told, lest the sword spirit thought that he was a rare commodity worth hoarding and wanted to fool around again. Now it seemed that Empress didn't have time to tell the B*TCH the secret, which was very good. So he said lightly, It doesn't matter. I still have many opportunities to deal with her. Even if she runs away now, it doesn't matter. She can run away, but can she run away from the temple? The B*TCH had been stabbed in the back by Empress before. If the incident with Lu Zhen was included, this was the second time she had suffered a loss from Empress. For the B*TCH who sought revenge for the smallest grievance, this was a great shame and humiliation. She must find an opportunity to vent her anger. Seeing that Sun Lang was unmoved, how could she let it go? She instigated again. She must have gone to plot something. Sun Lang nodded and said, Oh, you deadhead, the B*TCH said discontentedly. She also realized that this Bai Yue was hiding a big secret. She plotted against us to make us stay and divert your attention. She must have taken the opportunity to plot something. So, although we also have grievances, and the enemy of an enemy may not be a friend, since we have a common enemy, why don't we join forces for the time being? You have been stabbed in the back by her, and I have also been stabbed in the back by her. We should join forces and teach her a lesson. No need. Sun Lang smiled. I have a lot of debts to settle with her, and I am not in a hurry. The most important thing is to get the holy sword from Old Man Bai. That will be enough. The B*TCH was startled and then angrily said, Are you still a man? That woman is so bad, how could you let her go just like that? You are letting the tiger go back to the mountain, do you understand? If you don't chase after her now, when she succeeds in her plot, it will be too late for you to regret. Sun Lang yawned. No, she knows her limits. She knows that she can't provoke me now, lest I flip the table. Otherwise, when I rush over, what I see is not you and this little goblin, but you and the dismembered little goblin. Since she is determined to forge Jidu, then she must have a way to destroy the demon sword. Sword Spirit was so angry that she shouted, What you said is exactly the same. B*TCH couple, B*TCH couple. Sun Lang glanced at her casually. Aren't you just trying to instigate me to find trouble with her? If you want to take revenge, just say it. Why are you beating around the bush? The B*TCH said coldly, Yes, I admit it, I am very unhappy with that woman. I want to vent my anger. I want to see her in a sorry state. Is that enough? Sun Lang clapped his hands and said, Isn't that enough? You have to be more honest. You see, the current situation is that I don't have any intention to find Empress and vent my anger. Instead, you have a great need in this aspect. But with this sword of yours, you can't find her. Even if you find her, you can't do anything to her. So, you need me to help you with this. The B*TCH understood this time. She said coldly, What do you want to extort from me again? Sun Lang said without changing his expression, What do you have that is worth me extorting from you? The sword spirit said meaningfully, Although this sword master of mine is a demoness, she's innocent and easy to fool. She's also stupid and easy to feed. Her skin is soft and tender, and that place is also very big. Do you want it? Sun Lang thought for a moment and nodded. How much is one caddy? Hey, Sister Lu, what are you talking about? You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.